All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a tornado warning that has just been issued. It's going to be popping up here momentarily. It's going to be including Boone and Marion counties, and it will be in effect until, let me see here, until 4:45. So we do have another tornado warning that is in effect until 4:45 for Boone and Madison counties.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
So there's that update coming in, and we're going to take a look here and see what we've got. So we're going to be looking at this from the Springfield radar, and it's going to be crossing 412 headed towards Harrison. It should stay north of Harrison. I'm going to try and see if we can't get a camera view if there's anything up there. I don't know if iDrive has anything in this immediate area. We do have, this is a pretty decent view that we do have, looking south on 65, I believe. Yes, this is looking south on 65. So let me go ahead and turn off that scroll at the top and we can go ahead and get into this. So this camera that we are watching is going to be located up here looking south, and that area of rotation is going to be just crossing 412 looking to move north of Harrison. Harrison is included in this, at least most of Harrison is, so if you are in Harrison, you need to be going ahead and be taking your tornado precautions. So we're going to be, let me see here. Let me make sure we are actually live. Okay, yeah, we are. All right, so we are looking at this area that is moving near Harrison, I'm going to say, moving very near to Harrison. And we're going to pull this back up on radar and take a look at it. So it's going to be crossing 412 soon near Arkansas 920 and Highway 62 near Alpena, headed out towards Harrison. So I'm going to go ahead and circle this and draw an arrow to where it's headed. So I want to take another look back here at this camera footage. We'll be seeing if there is anything it'd be off in front of this camera. Not seeing anything currently. This camera isn't in the best spot, but it is something that we do have for us. It's the only view we have in the area. So that's what we've got. And I also don't want to lose sight on some other areas. Earlier we were mentioning down here near Norman, Caddo Gap, headed up towards Mountain Pine. We are watching that area, as well as an area north of Mount Ida. So I'm going to go back to the one near Harrison that we are watching. This is where for the tornado warning. And there is an update. It's going to be this area right in here, just crossed over 412, headed towards Highway 62. So this is going to be moving dangerously close to Alpena, and I'm going to switch back over to the camera, and we'll be trying to get a better view of this storm. We can see the rain and the wind is starting to move into this area where the camera is, so that's going to block our view as we look back south at it. But unfortunately, this is the only camera that we have in the area that we can look at. So if you know anybody in Boone County, call them, let them know, say, hey, there's a tornado warning. That includes Diamond City, Lead Hill, Omaha, and Harrison. Belafonte is not included, and Valley Springs also is not included, nor is Zinc. Although, I imagine if you have a Zinc postal code, you probably are included a bit. So again, south of Alpena, headed to the northeast. It's going to be headed towards Francis. Should stay north of Harrison, but it's going to be cutting it dangerously close. Going to take a look at correlation coefficient. I'm not seeing anything to indicate that a tornado is presently on the ground. And so this is, again, going to be running south of US 62 near Alpena. Let me get a road name. This is going to be Terrapin Creek Road West, near the intersection of County Road 917. It's going to be just east of Carrollton as it crosses into Little Rock's county warning area. And Little Rock is the National Weather Service office that went ahead and issued that tornado warning for it. So it's going to be this area again along Terrapin Creek Road, and that is going to be headed off to the northeast near US 62 and US 65. And I want to take another brief look here. We can see that conditions are already deteriorating. They're north of Harrison. This is at the state line. And this tornado warning does extend for another 45 minutes. So we'll be here as long as it's here. And again, I'm not seeing anything on correlation coefficient. We're waiting for the next radar update. That should be coming in here any moment now. This radar is about 4 minutes old, so it should be updating any second. We should be getting that new data. And as soon as we do, we'll find out where it is and where it's headed. But I also don't want to forget about some of these other storms down in here. I might be able to see it a bit better on this radar. Yeah, it's going to be this area headed towards Mountain Pine and Hot Springs eventually, just south of the Bierce Airport. So this is a pretty broad area of rotation that we do need to be mindful of, headed towards 270 and should stay north of Hot Springs, but Hot Springs Village will be down the line of that. So if you know anybody in Hot Springs Village, make sure they're aware of these storms headed through there. This one is not tornado warned, but they do need to be mindful of it. Back to the one that is warned, we're going to switch back. They have just issued a new tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning for that, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, it does have a tornado possible tag on it. So, again, we do need to be mindful of that storm headed into Garland County. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at where this updated storm would be near Harrison. It's going to be right here, just south of 62, along, let me get a county road name. No, all right, just along Arkansas 392 and US 62, right in that area where they come together and meet. So this is going to be just west of the Boone County Airport.
A new severe thunderstorm
This is going to be just west of the 65-62 interchange. This is going to be cutting it very close to Harrison. People in North Harrison especially need to be taking shelter, but really all of Harrison needs to be acting on this, taking shelter now. And all the way out to Diamond City, I do want to take a look here, and we can see that, again, conditions are rapidly deteriorating north of the storm. We're not going to have a view of the storm. If we were to have this would be our best shot of having a view of it, but this, we're not going to see it here. So we're going to go back to radar and be tracking it solely based on radar. And so this radar scan came in at 4 o'clock. We should get a note update every 3 or 4 minutes, meaning we should be getting us a new scan very soon, as it is now 4:03. I do want to take a look back down here. And I would not be surprised to see a new tornado warning come out soon for Hot Springs, including Hot Springs Village, or up to Hot Springs Village. So let me go ahead and circle what we have here and start getting the warning out. So this is going to be running along 270 off to the northeast. So that's going to be headed up towards Hot Springs Village. So Garland County needs to start mentally preparing, figuring out where you're going to go when a tornado warning gets issued. So it's going to be for this area along 270, headed up towards Mountain Pine and eventually Hot Springs Village. Let me go back to our Harrison storm. I have to switch back over to the Springfield radar, and we still do not have another update on it. Let me figure out how fast this storm is moving down south, and then we will get a track on it. And I'm going to go ahead and switch back over to this one because, honestly, this is more dangerous looking as it crosses 270 now near, let me see here, near Twin Creek Road, moving off towards Garland County. And I would not be surprised if a tornado warning came out for that momentarily. Back up here to Harrison, though, again, that radar has not updated yet, so I'm going to take this opportunity to get a track on that hot spring storm and see when it's going to get there. And they have trimmed this back, so we're going to get another update here in a moment. It's going to pop up saying that a new tornado warning has been issued or updated. That is not one being issued. That is just it being updated to trim off the other portion of, I believe that is Madison County that it included. So that'll be popping up any moment now as that area of rotation is going to still be near 62 and 392. Real quick, though, I do want to take a look at that. Well, it's already outdated. It's moving so fast. I believe they had it paced at 65 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the timing. Mountain Pine, we'll start with Crystal Springs at 4:15. So about 10 minutes for Crystal Springs. Then you have Bear at Royal at 4:20, Mountain Pine at 4:24, Mountain Valley at 4:30, Jessieville at 4:32, Hot Springs Village at 4:36, Whittington at 4:39, Lonsdale at 4:43, Reform at 4:45, and Crows at 4:45 as well. So that is not a tornado warning, but that is an area of rotation that we are closely monitoring in moving into Garland County. And here's a look back at that Harrison storm looking south. We cannot see, but you can see rain bands moving across there, indicating just how strong this wind is, and it's pushing that rain pretty much sideways. So looking back here at this storm, it has now crossed. This is moving fast as well. It's just crossed over 55. So it is moving north of Harrison, moving up towards Diamond City. So let me go ahead and circle that so we know where it is and where it's headed. And there's where it's headed. So it's going to be north of the 65-62 interchange, and it is moving off to the northeast. And there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Conway, Johnson, Logan, Perry, Pope, Saline, Van Buren, and Yale counties. That should be popping up momentarily. There is a tornado possible tag on that one as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. It has just popped up on our screen. This is going to be for this massive
A new
one.
severe
There it is right there.
warning has been issued.
So yeah, it's going to be for this massive area that includes all the way out to Menifee. Russellville is included in that. I'm not seeing any immediate areas of concern for there to be a tornado, but this environment is very unstable today, as we have seen thus far. Again, I'm concerned about this area along 270. It's now to the east of the Bierce Airport, headed into Garland County. Would eventually be up near Hot Springs and Mountain Pine. But looking back here at the Harrison storm, it's going to be still north of 65. I'm waiting for the next update. Should be coming in any moment now. But it's going to be north of Harrison, moving up towards Diamond City, Lead Hill. So we're just waiting for the next update there. And during that, I'm going to take this opportunity to just take a step back, see what else is going on elsewhere in the state. I'm still a bit concerned about this area headed into Garland County momentarily. About to head over Lake Wichita as it heads into Garland County. Looking up into this massive severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag, I'm not seeing anything that immediately indicates rotation. I'm sure there's some in there, but I'm not immediately, it's not jumping out at me. I also want to watch this area near Jasper. Let me go ahead and circle that. This area in particular, south of Jasper, that would be heading up towards Jasper. Jasper, you are not in that tornado warning. Let me just quickly check. That does have a tornado possible tag on it, but that does expire in 6 minutes. So they're going to need to reissue this ahead of the line because it expires in 6 minutes. But again, we're waiting for an update here on this radar. It was issued at 16:05, so 4:05. There we go. Is when it came out, so that was about 5 minutes ago. So we're just waiting for the next one. It should be every 3 to 4 minutes. Not sure what's taking this one so long, but I don't typically use the Springfield radar, so I don't know if this is just how it works. I do want to take a look back down here, make sure there's nothing of concern moving towards anywhere else. We do need to watch these storms that are popping up southwest of Texarkana and just all around Mineral Springs, Nashville, up to Murfreesboro. Because those very storms are the ones that I'm getting concerned about moving into Garland County. Let's see if we have any update here. We do not. Still no update on the Harrison storm. So we're just sitting back and waiting. I will take another look. There's the update. Never mind, I won't take a look. That area of rotation is going to be right in here, and that's going to be moving still off to the northeast. So that's going to be getting ready to cross 281 here momentarily. Let me zoom in here to the street level, and we'll get some street names. Cottonwood Road North and Refuge Drive around Bear Creek Drive in, my mind blanked, in Boone County is where that is, and it's heading up towards Diamond City. So this is going to be north of Harrison. Harrison, you're still included in it. You are in the clear at this point for this area of rotation. All right, they have just trimmed Harrison out of it. We're going to get another update on the screen here. It's going to pop up saying that there was an update. That's them trimming Harrison out of this and trimming it down to be a smaller polygon. So there is that. Also, that new severe thunderstorm warning that I had mentioned as being needed. Let me see who all that includes once it gets pushed through on my end. All right, so that includes Baxter, Boone, Johnson, Marion, Newton, Pope, Searcy, and Van Buren counties until 5 p.m. So that goes for about 50 minutes, 49 minutes, and that includes all this area. The reason for that is there's just a line of storms. I will say, looking at velocity, there is one area that I am a bit concerned about near Jasper. It is not tornado warned. It doesn't need to be tornado warned as of this moment, but it does need to be closely monitored. Back up here to the storm north of Harrison, moving towards Diamond City. It's going to be in this area, and it's moving off to the northeast. So Diamond City, Lead Hill, you do need to be mindful of this storm and be taking your tornado precautions.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
And there's that update to it now, and I want to take a look back here at Garland County where that storm is moving in from the
west. A new
west.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This is not yet to the point of needing a tornado warning, but it does need to be monitored. I'll go on ahead and circle what I'm looking at here. So this is what I'm looking at as it comes over Lake Wichita, and it heads off to the northeast. It's going to be just north of Highway 270, headed off towards Hot Springs Village. So the reason why I'm highlighting this area is you have wind blowing towards the radar and wind blowing away from the radar, forming that counterclockwise area of rotation that is tracking off into this area that has been identified as having unstable atmosphere today. So it's tracking into this area, and we do need to be mindful of all of these storms, but especially the storms that present like this. So I want to take another look back up here to the Harrison storm just because it's the only tornado warning in the state. And again, that area of rotation is going to be right in here, and that's going to still be continuing off to the northeast towards Diamond City and Lead Hill. The last update on this was at 4:19, so we should be getting us another update here in a couple of minutes. Should hopefully be before then, but it is heading to the northeast towards Diamond City and Lead Hill. Let me go on ahead and get a storm track on this so we can see how fast it's going and what time it will get there. It is moving at 50 miles an hour northeast, so I will go on ahead and get a track on that for 50 miles at northeast. And I will switch over to that so we can see the times of arrival here. So Sycamore at 4:31, Lead Hill at 4:33, Diamond City 4:35, Monarch at 4:36, and it'd be starting to get ready to move out of state at around just shortly thereafter, we'll say. So about 4:30 is when it will be getting towards Diamond City, Lead Hill area. So we're going to go on and clear that off and go back to our other, well, there's a look at that Harrison camera again, or the closest we can get to the storm. And you can see that visibility on the back end of this is not great. I want to take another look back down here towards Garland County, and we can see that we have two areas of rotation that are kind of starting to concern me. This one area right here over Lake Wichita that is still moving to the northeast, and this area north of Amity that is also moving to the northeast. The reason they concern me is we have these strong winds blowing towards the radar, and those strong winds, weak winds blowing away from the radar, so it's starting to ramp up. And if we look at reflectivity, we can see that we kind of have a bounded weak echo region, or a BWER, that is starting to form in the middle of this storm. So that is rain that is completely wrapping around this area of circulation. It is not currently tornado warned. We also have that BWER here over Glenwood as it moves off to the northeast, and that'd be moving up towards Welsh, Crossroads, and Mount Moriah. But taking a look at velocity here, I think the southern one over Glenwood, it's probably the most prominent. So we need to be closely monitoring that one, but also we can't forget about this one over Lake Wichita headed towards, as I said, that's one over Lake Wichita starts to get going even stronger. So that one's going to be headed towards Hot Springs Village. And then this one over here is going to be headed towards Hot Springs proper. So if you're in that area, if you know someone in that area, give them a call. Make sure that they are aware that these storms are headed to them and they do have the potential to have a tornado. The National Weather Service does have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on them. I want to look back here towards the Diamond City storm, and that's going to be, let me go ahead and circle where that area of rotation is. It's going to be right here. It's not as intense as it was earlier. However, it is still present, and it's going to be north of Wrights Lane, and this appears to be an unnamed road, probably a private driveway that is popping up. It's going to be near, a lot of these roads aren't popping up with names. Yeah, it's going to be headed up towards Lead Hill and Diamond City. So it's going to be off to the west of 281, headed towards those. And if we put this back up here, we can put that track in place again to see. I believe it's still moving at 50. Yes, still moving at 50. Get that off of here. If we put that track on there, moving at 50 still. And there is a new tornado warning now for Clark, Garland, Hot Spring, Montgomery, and Pike counties. That's going to be popping up momentarily. I want to take a look at that. That's the storm that we were looking at headed towards Hot Springs. So again, like I said, that southern one was most concerning. There is also this northern option, so there's going to be two different areas of rotation. It's going to be this area right here that is currently warned, headed towards Hot Springs, Mountain Pine, and Hot Springs Village. There's also going to be this area north of it that is moving towards Hot Springs Village as well. So we're starting to get in to that peak window of intensity where the storms are going to be starting to ramp up. So they have not yet issued a tornado warning for the northern option. Here's the update for this one. Again, that includes Clark, Garland, Hot Springs, Montgomery, Pike counties. That's going to be for this one. That does include Hot Springs proper. I'm going to briefly first read out this Diamond City at 434. This is that northern storm. We have several storms going on here, so we're going to be bouncing back and forth a lot. So Diamond City at 4:30, as well as Lead Hill, same time, 4:30 for you. In the meantime, I'm going to try and get us a view of the storm headed into Hot Springs. And just one moment, I'm having to find a camera that is cooperating with us. And it looks like this might give us a pretty decent view. However, it's still quite a ways away from here. So we're not going to be able to see it just yet, but we will be able to see it hopefully when the storm does get to this area. So we're going to go back to radar and show you what we're looking at. So there's going to be two different areas of rotation on this storm. The southern one is the one that is warned. That is headed up Highway 70 towards Hot Springs. The other one is going to be between Highway 270 and 298, and that is moving off to the northeast as well. Both of these are headed in the general direction of Hot Springs, although the southern one is going to be headed towards Hot Springs proper first. So everyone in Garland County at this point is under the threat of a tornado as of current. I'm not sure why they don't have a tornado warning for this northern storm yet, but I'm sure they'll get around to it in due time. Fully expect to see one get issued for this momentarily. I want to take a look at correlation coefficient of both of these. I'm not seeing any indication that there is a tornado presently on the ground for either one. There's that tornado warning for that northern storm. So again, that's going to be headed up to the northeast along Highway 98. 298, going to be crossing 298, and that will be headed into, let me get some county names here. That's going to be for Garland, Montgomery, Perry, and Saline counties. So that is going to be touching a bit of Saline County. I'm not sure if Saline County has a unified countywide tornado sirens or if it's localized. If it is unified, then people in Benton, Alexander, Salem, Bryant, Haskell, their tornado sirens are probably going off. I'm not sure.
A new
There's an
radar
update
indicated tornado warning has been issued.
telling us about that northern storm as that one heads off to the northeast. And that will be headed up towards Perryville, and it is intensifying as well. So Hot Springs all the way up to Hot Springs Village, you need to start getting to your tornado safe spot. Let's go ahead and take a look back at the cameras here. Not seeing much change here. Not sure this is going to be a best view. Let me try switching over to here. This is probably going to be a bit better of a view. We will see. So this northern storm is going to be right over Avent. Looking at velocity or correlation coefficient, I'm not seeing a debris signature there that lines up with it. But we do see that there is a hook that is formed on this storm. So what this means is that there is wind being sucked into it with rain that is trying to wrap around that area of rotation. That's going to be forming that counterclockwise area of rotation that is moving off to the northeast. So this is going to be moving near Mount Tabor and eventually up to the Flatside Wilderness. Let me see if I can see some names. Yeah, Avent, Mount Taylor, and some other small communities that are listed there, headed up towards Arkansas 298. The southern storm is going to be near the intersection of US 70 and Arkansas 182, continuing northeastbound, heading pretty much right along US 70 up into the Hot Springs area. Mount Moriah is going to be next up, Percy after it. I want to take a look back up here to Diamond City because I don't want to forget about the northern end. That area of rotation, the remnants of it would be right along here getting ready to approach Arkansas 281. It is not as intense as it was and is fully expect them to let this one expire or cancel it because it's moving faster than the polygon earlier predicted. So I'm going to switch back over here and we're going to be shifting most of our focus down here to the southern storms. So we have 2 tornado warnings ongoing that are moving towards Hot Springs and eventually the metro. Conway is down the line from this as well. So let me just take a brief moment to start warning people through other means outside of this, because not everybody is watching YouTube at all times. And just one brief moment, I'm waiting. While we wait for the radar to update, I'm just going to quickly do this. And there's the update. Again, it's going to be crossing into Garland County right now, the southern one. So that's going to be crossing right now into Garland County, moving to the northeast. And then up on the northern one, that's going to be getting ready. That is crossed over Avent and is getting ready to approach 298. All right, and back to what I was saying. With the newest update, these storms are going to be, let me get a street name here. This is going to be Dollar Road, north of Miller Drive, getting ready to enter into Garland County. The other one is fully in Garland County. That's going to be north of Avent along Buckville Road. We do have tornado watches being updated. Let me just check and see what those updates were about. That was them canceling some counties in Oklahoma, and they have also canceled Carroll, Franklin, and Madison counties in Arkansas from the tornado watch. So as I said earlier, as soon as you're behind this line, then you are in the clear. So they are, right now they're focused on these tornadoes, but they will eventually clear out these folks back here, back in Polk and Scott County, Franklin County as well. So it's just taking time because they're a bit busy right now. But we can see that we do have two areas of rotation. Even on reflectivity, we can see we have that inflow and that rain trying to wrap around. Again, we have that inflow and that rain trying to wrap around. So let's take a look at velocity, and we can see that that lines up pretty darn well with where that circulation is on velocity. So that's going to be north of Crossroads along US 70, moving to the northeast towards US 270. And then this one near Avent is going to be moving to the northeast along 298 between Avent and Mount Taylor. Mount Tabor. I want to take another. Okay, they have canceled. Nope, they are updating the southern one. So that does include, let me take a look, see what the update is. They still have it as radar indicated, so they're likely just trimming it down. I do want to take a look at that radar, or at that camera again. So we're going to just take a brief peek at it, see what it looks like. And, you know, looking at this, you wouldn't know that there's a tornado coming. So I really hope tornado sirens are going off there in Hot Springs. I hope phones are going off on them drivers as they're driving along the highway here, because there's a lot of people driving around there. And there could be a tornado getting ready to enter Hot Springs here soon. So
New
there's that
information.
update. Them
this
trimming
tornado
that down.
warning has been updated.
And we're going to take another look here at radar. I'm waiting for that to update again. And I want to take a look back up here at the Diamond City storm. The remnants of that would be getting ready to approach Sycamore between 287 and 14. I'll go on ahead and circle that where it is. It's right there, and it's headed off to the northeast near Diamond City. It's going to head right over Diamond City, but it is mostly just the remnants of that rotation. Let me get some city names, or some street names. Pleasant Valley Drive and Black Ranch Road is where that is going to be near, and that will be headed up towards Diamond City. Diamond City Lead Hill, that should be getting there in about 4 minutes from our earlier track. About 4 minutes from what we said it would be getting there. So if you're in that area, you need to go on ahead and be taking your tornado precautions. Actually, they have just canceled that. So Diamond City, Lead Hill, you are in the clear. So our current concerns are these two tornado warnings down in Garland County. And I'll go on ahead and circle them so you can see where they are and where they're headed. So they have just updated the northern one, have trimmed it back a little bit. That's where that is, and it is headed off to the northeast. I did not draw a good arrow there. It's headed off to the northeast there. So this should stay to the north of Hot Springs Village. It is getting ready to cross 298, and it will be crossing into Saline County and eventually Perry County. The southern option is fully in Garland County. I'll go on ahead and circle it as well, and it is headed to the north as well. So it's going to be getting close to US 70 as it US 270 as it runs alongside US 70. And we do have a camera that we are looking in Hot Springs. We are looking back westbound in Hot Springs. Still a lot of traffic out there on the road as they are in this tornado warning. This camera is situated right along here at this exit, and we are looking back west. So let me go in and circle where that is and its point of view. So we're sitting right there. We're looking in this direction. So as this storm tracks to the northeast, we'll be able to get a view of it as it crosses behind it. It's just going to be a little bit before we get there. I don't want to lose sight on anywhere else in the state. I am getting a bit concerned about this area to the southwest of Amity. However, that is not tornado warned, but we do need to monitor that. And I mean, I probably don't even need to circle that, but it's right there. Is that area that I'm a bit concerned about. Down here towards Texarkana, there's a very small shower popping up that is trying to rotate.
New information. This tornado warning.
It's going to be that area
updated.
right there. That is not that does not need to go tornado warned as of current, but we do need to monitor that because that will be moving into Arkansas and trying to develop. But again, our two present tornado warnings is this one north of US 70 headed towards US 270 and Hot Springs. Let me zoom in here and see if we can't get some road names. This is going to be south of the intersection of War Eagle Road and Old Dallas Road, and it's going to be north of the intersection of Caddo Gap Road and Big John Trail. So I'll go on ahead and circle that area again and then tell you where it's headed. So it's going to be headed up here along Old Dallas Road, up towards Nubbin Ridge Road, up towards Arkansas 227, near Royal, and eventually to the Mid-America Industrial Park. The northern storm is going to be north of Arkansas 298 now. It's going to be along Tennaheron Road. And it's going to be moving up towards Les Johnson Road and Pilotwood Road as it gets ready to head towards Perry County and Saline counties. So I'm going to take another look at correlation coefficient. I'm not seeing anything that would indicate a tornado is presently on the ground with either of those. Reflectivity-wise, these are some dangerous-looking storms. They're not the most insane storms that I've seen, but they are still pretty dangerous-looking. The reason I say that is they have bounded weak echo regions, so we can see that this is an area where the reflectivity is not being picked up in here, and that's because the rain is completely wrapped around it. It's a BWER, or a bounded weak echo region. And that's because rain is completely wrapped around that area of circulation. Looking up here, we can see that we also have this, it's trying to form a BWER. Right now, there's just some hook echo that's trying to form within here, where this is that counterclockwise area of rotation. That lines up spot on with that area of circulation. That is just to the north of Hermit Trail, or it's right over Hermit Trail. The area of circulation is over Old Dallas Road now and Myers Creek Road. That's right where the intersection is for the southern storm. And again, I'm waiting for another radar update for us to be able to look at this. I do want to take another look at the Hot Springs camera. Not seeing anything presently. And there's that update. So it's going, the northern option is going to be out here over some pretty desolate areas. That's going to be approaching Brushy Mountain Road and eventually making its way out to Gladstone Forest Road and Norfolk Creek Road. The southern one is going to still be north of Old Dallas Road, approaching Crystal Springs Road and Daisy Hill Circle, right where they intersect at. That looks very intense on velocity. I'm not seeing a correlation coefficient drop. The storm headed towards Amity. I would not be surprised to see that go tornado warned here soon. I'm not seeing a correlation coefficient that would indicate that it's presently on the ground, but velocity-wise, it is not something to scoff at. And again, the storm in Garland County, the southern one in Garland County, it's going to be north of Old Dallas Road, headed up towards US 270. And there's that new tornado warning that I just mentioned for Amity. It will pop up here momentarily on this with the warning box. But we do see the polygon flashing, meaning that they have issued a new one. One moment, I will get the details for you.
Warning, a new special event has been reported.
Yep. So, I don't think that was that tornado warning that popped up there. I think that was a special weather statement that is headed towards El Dorado. Let me take a look down here. We'll see what's going on there. Looks like it's just a little thunderstorm headed towards El Dorado. Okay, my thing just dinged telling me that there's some updates here. Let's see. So that's going to be for Clark, Garland, Hot Spring, and Pike County until 5:15 p.m. That northern area circulation is going to be north of 298 and will be entering Perry County shortly near Highway 7. Let me get some street names in here. It's going to be Old Brushy Mountain Road and Forest Road 772.
A new radar indicated
there
tornado
is the mention of that storm near Amity. Let me go on and take a look down here and say, Amity, if you are in Amity, if you know someone in Amity, they need to be taking their tornado safe spot.
New information.
There's a new
This
confirmed tornado warning.
has
This
been
is going to
updated.
be this storm for Mid-America Industrial Park. Yeah, I'm seeing debris being lofted on radar, I believe. So this is being treated as a tornado, a confirmed tornado moving towards Royal. If you are in Royal or if you know someone around Royal, they need to be taking shelter. So give them a call. Make sure that they are aware of this. Let me go on ahead and one moment. And again, this is going to include Mayors, Crystal Springs, Piney, Mountain Pine, Mountain Valley, and down the line, Jessieville and Hot Springs Village. And again, this is right over the community of Maddox. Let me get a street name here. This is going to be Daisy Hill Circle, right near where this is, and South Crystal Springs Road. And there's an update. It is approaching US 270 now. And one moment. And this was broadcast confirmed. I'm not sure if they have an image of it, a video of it, what they have showing it, but it is moving pretty close to Hot Springs. It's going to be including the Mid-America Industrial Park in Piney. And let's go ahead and take a look at correlation coefficient. I'm not seeing the debris signature any longer. I did see what I thought to be one area of CC lowering, or a couple pixels of it a minute ago. I'm not seeing it on the latest scans, but this is going to be along Ragweed Valley Road, and this road does not appear to have a name. There it is, Bow Hill Trail and Calico Road. So kind of where all these roads come together, that is where that area of circulation is. There's also this one headed towards Amity and eventually Hot Springs. We're going to zoom in here. This is near Majors currently, around Richardson Road and Mountain Road, where it turns into the Anton River. The northern option is fully moving into Perry County shortly, and we'll be moving into Saline County for a brief moment before going back into Perry County. When I say Saline County, I mean this portion of Saline County, which is right in here. Not many people live in this portion of Saline County, as it is mostly a wilderness area. And even these roads in here are called forest roads, if I can find a example of that. Okay, well, none wants to cooperate with me, but that's that portion of Saline County has a tornado warning for it. So just want to quickly reset, go back and look at what all we have going on. Currently, we have 3 tornado warnings. All of them include Garland County, and they also include areas around it. Right now, we do have a tornado warning for Amity. This is going to be near Majors, moving towards Amity momentarily. So if you're in Amity, you need to be taking shelter. If you know someone there, give them a call. Make sure they're taking shelter. This is on the southern end of Amity along Mountain Road. Where Mountain Road meets US 8, it's going to be just south of that intersection, which is right in the heart of Amity. Taking a look at correlation coefficient. I don't believe that's on the ground, but we do have a bounded weak echo region, which means that rain is completely wrapped around this storm. All right. Taking a look at the next one. This one is a confirmed tornado still. It is crossing US 270 just to the west of Arkansas 227. Albert Pike Road. It just crossed and is headed to the northeast. So again, this is going to be heading up towards 926, and let me get some other street names: Old Bear Road, Burlow Road, Owl Creek Road. All these roads, if I'm calling them out, that's where this is, and it's head up towards Mountain Pine. This is a confirmed tornado, and we do see that we do have a bit of a correlation coefficient drop in that area. So this is likely still on the ground, crossing over Brady Mountain Road, or I believe County Road 926. So that is a tornado that is likely on the ground. So if you know anybody in that area, you need to give them a call. Make sure that they are taking shelter.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
There's an update that is going to be for this southern one. When they updated it, it is still radar indicated. And one moment, I'm trying to check out some other data here. So this is going to be directly over Bear right now, and it is moving towards Mountain Pine. So if we take a look at correlation coefficient, we don't have a newest update, but the last look showed that there was likely a tornado on the ground approaching Bear. So that's going to be headed up towards Mountain Pine. I do want to look at Amity. That's going to be South Mountain Street, headed up towards Arkansas 8. That's going to be really close to Amity. If you know anyone in Amity, you need to be telling them to seek shelter, because this is a very dangerous storm that's very close to them. Correlation coefficient wise, I'm not seeing anything that immediately screams that there's a tornado on the ground. There was a CC drop up there, but that's probably hell. It is not lining up directly with the rotation on velocity. So if you did see some blues over Amity, then that's why. This area moving into Perry County and soon to be Saline County. It's going to be approaching County Road or Arkansas Highway 7, and it is north of 4772 as it continues off to the northeast. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to have a tornado possible. This is for Clark, Perry, Pike, Dallas, Garland, Saline, Hot Spring, Montgomery, and Pulaski counties. They have issued a new update to this one. They have they're canceling this tornado warning, it appears. The tornado warning for Hot Spring and Montgomery counties is canceled. So sounds like they might be canceling that, but until it goes off the screen, I'm going to stay with it because I still see rotation there. That might have been a mistake on that update there. But that area rotation is going to be past Bear now, moving up towards Mountain Pine. I'm not seeing it being correlation coefficient. So I don't think that it's currently on the ground. I'm a bit confused by them saying that they're canceling it there. So we're going to keep acting as if it's still valid, because I don't think they meant to cancel that. They probably meant to take it back to radar indicated, but accidentally canceled it instead. So this area is going to be crossing over Highway 7 momentarily. This central one is going to be headed up towards Mountain Pine, Mountain Valley, and eventually Hot Springs Village. You are not included in that.
This tornado warning has been updated.
This area near Amity is going to be going directly over town. We'll zoom in on the street level. East Thompson Street, which runs directly through town.
A new severe thunderstorm
South Hill Street,
warning
Wright Road. Take a look at correlation coefficient. It's very, very messy in there, so I'm not seeing the likelihood of there being a tornado on the ground there currently. That is pushing off towards Hot Springs. Looking back at Mountain Pine storm, correlation coefficient, there's still, that's in the clear slot. So I don't think that it's on the ground, but it is still well-defined on velocity, and it's moving off to the northeast towards Hot Spring Village. They have issued a they've updated this tornado warning that includes Garland, Perry, and Saline counties. It's going to be for this area of circulation. I can circle it real quick, just this area. It's a lot more broad than it was earlier.
This tornado warning,
but that's going to be getting ready to cross over Arkansas Highway 7. They've also issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that will be popping up here momentarily. And there it is right there. That does include Stone, Perry, Van Buren, Conway, Faulkner, Yale, and Polk counties. So this area, there's a new update. That's where that area of circulation would be, getting ready to cross over Arkansas Highway 7. Back down to Mountain Pine. It's going to be right near the intersection of Blakely Dam Road and Owl Creek Road. That's where that area of circulation is going to be, moving towards Mountain Pine and eventually Hot Springs Village. Hot Springs Village is not included in that. It'd be really nice if I could get some clarification somehow about this saying that it's canceled, because I don't think this should have been canceled. I think that was a mistake that they accidentally made. Amity, this area is now past Amity. It is moving to the northeast. Next area is going to be Point Cedar and areas along Arkansas Highway 84 near Arkansas Highway 347. So let me go ahead and circle that and show you where it is and where it's headed. There's where it is, and this is where it's headed. So up towards Point Cedar, areas around it along Highway 84, Arkansas Highway 84, and Arkansas 347. This storm near Mountain Pine, I can circle it as well, although I probably don't need to. It's rather easy to see. It's right there, and it's moving this way, right towards Mountain Pine. So if you are in Mountain Pine, you need to be taking shelter. There is a CC drop there, but I believe that's going to be in the clear slot with the next update, which means that that's likely not debris on the ground being lofted. All right, there's a new update. Let's go ahead and take a look at where everything is and where it's headed. This area is going to be south of Arkansas 84 near the intersection of Arkansas 346. It's going to be near, let me get these road names, near Dispenser Road and some other roads in that area that are not populating on my map. That's going to be headed up towards Point Cedar. Eventually, Bismarck is going to be on the peripheral of this.
Warning, a new special event has been reported. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
And they have updated a tornado warning. All right. So yeah, they have clarified that it does remain in effect until 5 p.m. That's what I was thinking. So it will remain in effect. It was located over Mountain Pine, and that's where it's going to be. Let me make sure that didn't say no. Okay, it's still radar indicated. It's very close to Mountain Pine. It's right over Blakely Dam Road near, let me find some other ones. Blakely Mountain Dam Road, Graywood Terrace, Gray Rock Terrace, Gray Rock Drive. And taking a, that might be a tornado on the ground moving into Mountain Pine. Yeah, that very well might be on the ground moving into Mountain Pine. Want to take a look. Don't forget about these other people headed up towards Hot Springs. That might be on the ground as well there. Northeast of Amity, moving off towards Hot Springs. Let me take a look at this one in Perry County. It might dodge Saline County. I'm not seeing any correlation coefficient droppage with that. But this one near Mountain Pine, let me check. They just updated this one. That's still radar indicated. That's where that area of circulation is going to be, right near 84 and 346. Moving off to the northeast. Correlation coefficient does line up pretty well, but also that is a dry slot on the radar in the last one. So I want to wait a couple of scans before I start saying there's a tornado on the ground there. Mountain Pine, let me go ahead and circle that area that I'm saying is where that tornado would be. Take a look at velocity, and that lines up pretty spot on with where that velocity is.
New information, this tornado
If we
warning
take a look
has been
here,
updated.
the issue why I don't want to immediately jump and say that it's on the ground is because that's in that dry slot again. So we don't have rain in there to compare it to. So this very well could be on the ground moving into Mountain Pine. So if you know somebody in Mountain Pine, you need to call them and make sure that they are taking their tornado precautions, because this is potentially a tornado on the ground getting ready to move directly over town. And eventually out towards Hot Springs Village. I want to check on the northern one again. This is where it's going to be. It's going to have crossed Arkansas Highway 7 right near the Perry County, Saline County lines, moving off to the northeast. Perryville needs to be monitoring this. You are not under a tornado warning. Perry is not either. Bigelow is not either. Houston is not either. But all of you need to be monitoring this, even all the way out to Conway, because if this storm continues, that's where it would be heading. This storm here for Mountain Pine, Hot Springs Village. You need to be monitoring this very closely because it could be heading into Hot Springs Village after it gets done with Mountain Pine. Let's take a look at correlation. Okay. With the second scan, I'm comfortable in saying that this is a tornado that is on the ground over Mountain Pine. So, going to circle this. This is where that tornado would be, very close to Mountain Pine. Waiting for some streets to populate. This looks like it might be a school on here. It would be just behind the school. So, just very close to the school in Mountain Pine. That's where this tornado would be. I want to take a look down here to Amity, make sure that we're not missing anything. That's where that area of rotation would be, just to the north of 346, near Honda Road and south of Lodge Road. It's moving up to the north towards Mount Cedar. Okay, we got a new update here. Okay, that might not be... Yeah, I think there might have been a tornado through here, near Blakely Dam Road, near the school. I think that's a school at least. I'm not sure if that's a school. I've never been out to Mountain Pine. But near Blakely Dam Road, off to the west of Strawberry Road, and potentially as far back as Gray Rock Road and Graywood Terrace. I want to look at the Perry County storm. Again, this is going to be headed up towards Perryville. This one is set to expire in 9 minutes. This is located 7 miles northwest of Jessieville. So we're going to be, Jessieville is down here, and it's located 7 miles north of it, so it's going to be in this area. They have not updated this in a while because they're focusing on the other ones. Last time they updated it, it was all the way back here. So it has moved quite a substantial distance since the last update. This storm here, they are continuing to update it. This one was located near Amity, moving towards Point Cedar. This is going to be near Lodge Road. Okay. Data just messed up there. There we go. And it's going to be crossing into Garland. Nope. What county is this? One moment. All right, yeah. So, yeah, that area, Mountain Pine, just Susie just said in chat that is the school. So, that would have been really close to the school there in Mountain Pine. And this is continuing to move up towards Hot Spring Village. The rotation is not as intense as it was earlier. So if we look here, this is where the area would be, just near 192 and 227. Near Old Dove Road, just north of Old Dove Road, north of Old Dove Lane, and just in this general area. And that's going to be headed off to the northeast towards Jessieville, Hot Springs Village. I know Jessieville a few years back had a tornado hit their school. A few years back that happened. This one headed into, well, what's south of that? One moment. Clark County. Nope. Hot Spring County. So this is going to be moving into Hot Spring County. This area rotation out of Clark County into Hot Spring County and eventually into Garland County. I'm a bit concerned about this area off to the north near Clinton. Let me take a look at this on reflectivity just to see what it looks like with the actual storm structure itself. We do have a tornado possible tag on all of these storms tonight. There we go. And yeah, that's looking like it could try and do something up near Clinton. So we will need to be continuing to watch this area here as it moves off to the northeast. Want to go back to our actual tornado warnings. They have updated this. It does not include Garland County anymore. Let me take a look at what it says. It remains in effect until 5 They're probably going to let this expire, but they might extend it into Perryville. I would not be surprised if they extended it just based on how the environment is, but I don't see a reason currently why I would do so. Right along 192, moving towards Hot Spring Village is where this area of rotation would be. Moving towards Arkansas Highway 7. So this is going to be moving up towards Hot Springs Village, Highway 7.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I want to take another look down here. This one is going to be moving towards Hot Springs. This right now is along Highway 84.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
This is along Arkansas Highway 4 near Point Cedar Road and is moving off to the northeast. So that one's going to be headed up towards Hot Springs eventually. Let me actually get a time track on that just because of how populated of an area it's headed into. That one is moving at 45 miles an hour. Let's get a 45 mile an hour track on it, and then I'll switch my view over to the track. They're moving at 45 miles an hour, I believe I said. Yes, 45 miles an hour. Let's take a look at that storm track. It's going to be near Lake Hamilton at 519, Piney at 520, Hot Springs at 524, Morningstar at 529, Price at 530, Sherwood Hills at 533, Hot Springs Village at 539, Fountain Lake at 539, and Whittington at 541. So that's where that area of rotation is headed. The one for Perry and Saline County, here's a view of the Hot Springs. We're looking at it. We're looking off to the west there in Hot Springs. Let's pull this camera back up and take another look at rotation. We're not seeing that tight area of rotation anymore. I do think that we might have had a tornado back in Mountain Pine. If we do get reports of damage, then I'll relay those. If you do see those, feel free to post them into Discord so that I can see them, because I'm not searching social media too intensely right now. But this one near near 192 and Arkansas Highway 7, moving towards Hot Springs Village. There is no tornado warning for Hot Springs Village as of current, but we do need to be mindful of it if you're in Hot Springs Village. I do want to take another look back down here. Again, this is not as intense as it once was, but it'd be right in this area, north of Highway 84, right over Point Cedar Road, headed towards Arkansas Highway 347. That'd be heading to the northeast, towards Hot Springs and Lake Hamilton. For Perry County, Saline County can be dropped from this warning. They'll probably do that eventually, or they'll just let it expire because it expires in 2 minutes. I'm not seeing an immediate reason to extend it. However, I would not be surprised if they do. There is a bit of rotation still remaining, so if they were to extend it, they'd probably extend it out to include Perryville, Apollo, areas like that. But I think this is becoming a primarily wind-driven threat with that northern storm. Back down here to Hot Springs Village, I'm still seeing it trying to form a hook. We do have this rain that's trying to wrap around something with this rain that's trying, or wind that's trying to blow in there, and we can see that lines up pretty well. There's a couple minute delay between those, but back down here we can see that this one is now approaching Arkansas Highway 347 and headed to the northeast. And like I said, we're going to be bouncing back and forth a lot because there are a lot of storms going on right now. I do want to take a look at that storm I pointed out earlier near Hector. It is now to the northeast of Hector, moving towards Clinton. So it'd be right in this area. That's going to be some intense wind, but there is something going on right in here that is trying to get going. Oh, I just accidentally got rid of my draw. There we go. And that's going to be heading up towards eventually Mountain View. And this area down here does have a bounded weak echo region, a BWER. That's going to be that one near Point Cedar Road and Arkansas 247. That's going to be the storm headed towards Lake Hamilton and Hot Springs. I don't see why they would presently continue it, but it does need to be closely monitored. They still have a long time before they can continue. They still have 15 minutes on it. Hot Springs is not included in this though, so if they are going to reissue it, they're probably going to do it pretty soon, just so that Hot Springs can get included in that warning. I do want to take a look at cameras again here in Hot Springs as we look out to the west. This is, let me show you where this is. And all right, they have just updated this and they trimmed it down a bit. It is still radar indicated. That area, that camera that we're watching is situated right here. That's looking off to the west. So as this storm right here tracks up this way, we should be able to get a pretty good view.
This tornado warning has been updated.
So that's what we're looking at here. That's why we have this camera pulled up, ready to go, ready to easily click over to it and watch. And it does not look like they're going to continue this because the warning for that storm that's headed towards Jessieville and Hot Springs Village has just expired. So they have just reissued one, though, all the way out to Morrilton, Upalo, Perryville, and, okay, I spoke too soon. They have just reissued it for Hot Springs. So Hot Springs Village, go on and take shelter because you are still under a tornado warning. And let's just quickly reset, let's start from the top and work our way down. There's this area of rotation, northeast of Hector, headed towards Leslie and eventually Mountain View that I'm concerned about. It is not currently tornado warned, but we do need to keep an eye on it. I will circle it just so we know what we're talking about. It's going to be this area headed towards Leslie.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
There's going to be a tornado warning for this area circulation that has just crossed into Perry County from Saline
A new
and
radar
Garland.
indicated tornado warning has been issued.
So this is just crossed into here, and it goes all the way up into into Conway County, and that will be continuing off to the northeast. So that includes Perryville and Morrilton. So Perryville, Perry, Upalo, Morrilton, Houston, Adana, you all need to be taking your tornado safe spots. This is going to be just near the intersection of Forest Road 866 and Forest Road 207, headed off to the northeast. This is going to be south of DeBerry Road, County Road 14, and Arkansas Highway 155. So I want to take another look at the storm near Hot Springs Village. This is going to be, this is going to be near the intersection of 192, Arkansas 192, and Arkansas 7. It's going to be just northeast of that intersection, moving northeast. So it's going to be just south of Jessieville. Jessieville, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now, because it's going to be coming very close to Jessieville. I know you probably have storm anxiety from being hit a few years ago, but you need to be taking tornado precautions. I think this is going to stay south of you, but just in case, get to your lowest room, most interior floor on the lowest room, away from walls, away from windows, and put on some shoes. The storm that is headed towards Hot Springs is still going to be in Hot Spring County. It is getting ready to cross into Garland County. It is running alongside Arkansas 347, headed up towards Amity Road. I want to take a look at correlation coefficient on all of these. I'm not seeing
severe thunderstorm warning
anything to immediately tell me that there's a tornado presently on the ground. But in my opinion, the most dangerous storm is this one over Hot Springs Village. So this one is going to be headed up towards Conway, Mayflower, Maumelle, and Valona eventually. So this is where it starts to get more into that heading up into some more populated areas. So Lake Maumelle is going to be out here. If you know anybody out here on the lake, you need to call them and tell them to get off the lake now. They need to go east, get some kind of safe structure in Maumelle. And this is where that area of rotation would be. It's right over Hot Springs Village. I can zoom in here and get us some street names. It's going to be Barcelona Road. There's an update here, and it's even more intense than it was just a moment ago. That's going to be right over Barcelona Road, north of Barcelona Road, and Santa Maria Road, right where they intersect. It's going to be north of those. And that's going to be headed off into Saline County, and then eventually Perry County and probably Pulaski County if it holds together. I want to look down here into Hot Spring County. That area of rotation is going to be nearing the intersection of 347 and Amity Road. So at a minimum, that's going to be very strong wind coming into Hot Springs here soon. And we do have a camera waiting to look and watch as it comes into Hot Springs. Back up here, that is a very intense looking area of circulation on velocity headed towards Perryville. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient. I'm not seeing anything to indicate that a tornado is presently on the ground. However, that is a very intense area of circulation. Let me circle that. That's headed up towards Highway 60. So this is going to be south of Cherry Hill Loop to the east of Arkansas 155, right near, these roads aren't populating either. So this is going to be near Cherry Hill Loop, headed off to the northeast near Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Loop continues along here. It's directly over Cherry Hill Loop. By the time that this is being put out, it's directly over Cherry Hill Loop. Over Hot Springs Village, again, it's over Barcelona Road and Santa Maria Road. I'm going to quickly take a brief moment to take a sip of water. Let me take a read on this. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible over Texarkana. It's going to be for that really small storm we highlighted earlier. Although it is small, it is rotating, and that does mean that it is capable of producing a tornado. I'm going to check velocity or correlation. I'm not seeing it there, but they do have a severe thunderstorm warning, but tornado possible as that moves off towards Hope, Hempstead County, and Little River and Miller counties are included in that. All right, I'm going to take me a sip of water real quick. All right, and we have our new radar update. This is where it's going to be. Like I said, it's going to be right over Cherry Hill Loop, near the intersection of DeBose Lane and Lanes Lane. We'll take a look at correlation coefficient. I don't think that's on the ground there, but I do want to take another look here at the Hot Springs Village storm. It's going to be north of Barcelona Road near Cortez Road. Cortez Road. Correlation coefficient is not seeing that it's currently on the ground. Looking back down here to Hot Spring County, Garland County, this is, like I said, directly over the intersection of Amity Road, Point Cedar Road, or Arkansas 347. There we go, I misspoke. So I just want to quickly take a step back, take a look at everything that we have going on currently. We have this severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much everywhere between the state line, and it extends all the way down to Nevada County. So that's a lot of area. All of these have tornado possible tags on them. The most prevalent area of rotation that I'm looking at is this area headed towards Leslie. That's going to be near 256 and Highway 16. So if you hear sirens in my background, I apologize for that. I'm not on fire, but people have been known to pull the fire alarms in this building. This coming into Perryville, it's going to be crossing Arkansas Highway 60 here in a moment. I'm not seeing a correlation coefficient drop or CC drop to indicate that there's debris being lofted, but this is very close to Perryville, and it is a very intense area of rotation on velocity. Hot Springs Village, this is going to be north of Cortez Road near Beaudry Circle, around Tally Cemetery Road. This is going to be still continuing off to the northeast, and that will eventually make its way out towards Conway, Mayflower, Bigelow. Hot Springs County and Garland County, headed into Hot Springs City. I want to just point out this area. This is a tornado-warned circulation north of Amity Road, south of Winkler Road. So if you know these streets that I'm calling out, it's possible that there's a tornado there. Correlation coefficient does not tell me that there is one. They also have not extended this out to include Hot Springs, although if I were them, I would, just because of the environment, and that's still enough of rotation for me to be concerned. Not currently tornado warned is down here in Texarkana. There is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag that includes Miller County, Little River County, and Hempstead County. That's for this area on the northeastern end of Texarkana, and that's going to be moving along I-30. So that area is going to be moving along I-30 up towards Hope and Prescott eventually. It's just we need to watch that. It's a very small storm, but it is rotating enough for us to be concerned. Taking a look here at the Garland County storm, we can see that it's kind of ramping up a bit. I don't think that's presently on the ground, but that very well could be south of US 70 near Moore Road, headed off to the northeast. They're going to have to extend this one. At this point, they have to extend this to include Hot Springs. If you're in Hot Springs, go ahead and take shelter. You're probably not under the warning if you're in Hot Springs proper, but go ahead and take shelter at this point. This storm is headed into Hot Springs, so I fully expect them to issue a new warning here. There they go. There's that new warning. That does include all of Hot Springs. That includes the airport, Mid-America Industrial Park, and all of Hot Springs. So if you're in Hot Springs, take shelter now. Back up here to the one that is headed into Saline County. This is going to be south of East Main Hall Road.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Wanted to pause to let that be read out. That's basically that one for Garland County that we were just talking about that we were waiting for them to issue. This one is radar indicated. This one north of Hot Springs Village. Let me get some street names here. This is going to be near Angling Road and Ode Clemens Cutoff. It's going to be headed off to the northeast along... I'm not going to try and pronounce that road name. It's going to be headed up towards... I believe these are county roads. I'm not sure what those are, but this is going to be headed up into... up towards Reform. If you're in Reform, it's headed towards you. In Perry County, up into Conway County. It's going to be crossing Highway 60 near Cherry Hill Road. Cherry Hill Loop, my apologies. Where Highway 60 meets with Cherry Hill Loop. That's right where that area of circulation is. So I want to go back down here to the Hot Springs area circulation because we just had an update and it's approaching the intersection of Airport Road and Moore Road. We can zoom in here. We can see all these homes in here right where it's passing over. That could be on the ground, but I don't think it is. If it were to be on the ground, it would be near Fortress Lane, Rolling Trail, near Charming Heights Drive, Cimarron Street, Wagoneer Street, Monica Street, Chancellor Lane, Gaber Lane, Moore Road, Oakland Hills Terrace, Lacade Circle, West Hill Lane, all of these streets that I'm calling out, that's where it is in Hot Springs, and it's headed up towards you. It is moving off to the northeast. It is bearing down on Hot Springs any moment now. I'm going to take a look back up here to Perryville.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
All right, so this area is going to still be north of Cherry Hill Loop, near Highway 60.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And I want to take a look at cameras, see if we can see anything. This is the camera here in Hot Springs as we look west towards where this storm would be passing at. It would be entering on the left side of the screen. I don't know why I'm putting my hand on my screen as if you can see it, but it would be entering the, let me draw with my cursor. It'd be entering over here in this area. But it would likely be rain wrapped and we'd be unable to see it. So and so here's that update. There's a new update as it runs right along US 70 up near Arkansas 192. I'm going to zoom in here. There looks to be a trailer park that it's headed directly over on Candleberry Circle, Winterberry Way, Springberry Way, Fallberry Way. If you know any of these street names, whatever trailer park that is, it doesn't pop up here, but whatever trailer park that is, it's coming dangerously close to there. Looking at correlation coefficient, I don't think that it's presently on the ground, but it very well could be. So if you are in Hot Springs, you need to be taking shelter right now. Again, there's a lot of homes around here, around the Walgreens on Airport Road at Kinsley Lane. You need to be taking shelter. That's probably a Walmart right there, something like that. It's not populating. That's going to be Airport Road. All right, this is a Walmart right here on Airport Road. So it's going to be headed up towards it. So anyone in Pleasant Hill area along Airport Road, Highway 70, it is headed to the northeast in Rockwell. And it would be, let me circle that, it'd be right here. Right on Highway 70, right near Pittman Road. Looks like that might be some kind of bank in this area. That's kind of where it would be. There's another trailer park off of Herschel Road, Herschel Loop. That area is also where it would be. Westgate Terrace. I'm going to take another look here. We can see that we do have some clouds starting to come in off of the left side. We have some rising motion here. We do have clouds that are pushing up into the storm right here. So we're going to stay on this view because if there is going to be anything, it's going to be right here in front of us. So we're going to keep looking at this. If RDOT, it'd be really cool if RDOT could turn this to the left just a little bit. But we're going to keep watching this camera as it moves in. And we're going to keep watching that left side of the screen. So we're going to keep watching the left side of the screen here. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground, but we do have this... we do have some rising motion here. I can't move that thing. No, there ain't no way that I can move it, but yeah, let me see here. There is some intense rising motion with the storm coming into Hot Springs. Let's take a look on reflectivity, and that is right where that area of circulation would be. So let me show you what we're looking at. Our camera would be right here looking west, right at that area of circulation. So if there were to be a tornado, it would be popping up on camera right here momentarily. I do want to not lose focus on these others, but this is the most pressing one coming into Hot Springs. So there is a lowering with this cloud. We can see that there is a bit of a lowering right in here. Not seeing anything extend all the way to the ground, but we do see some rotation there, and we did see some rapid updraft, rapid upward motion beforehand. We can see these clouds right here moving up with it. I'm not presently seeing anything extending to the ground. So we are just watching this. I want to take another look at, as cool as this is on camera, I do want to take another look here and see where it would be, and that's directly behind where that camera is. So here's that St. Vincent Hospital that we're looking at. We're looking back west, right towards this. Correlation coefficient, I'm not seeing there, but I do not want to go away from this because if there is going to be something, it's going to be right here. Be right back in here. So there is a bit of a wall cloud right in here. I'm not seeing anything fully extended down to the ground though. Man, I need this camera to
New
be turned to the
information.
right.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This is going directly behind the hospital there. Let me see if we can't get us a better angle here. Okay. Here's a pretty good view of it. This is at Wasting House Road.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So this is going to be back here. It's looking in this direction. So this is where that area of rotation is, directly over Hot Springs, and we're trying to watch it as it comes through. I do want to not lose focus on these other ones. This area of rotation is not as intense as it was, although that is still quite the hook echo that it has there. This one over Perry, not seeing in it that, but this area right here, coming up towards Reform, that is quite concerning look there. So Reform, we do need to be mindful of this, but I do want to go back to the Hot Spring one, just so we can keep watching this. We are looking westbound towards the storm as it tracks through Hot Springs. And at this point, I'm not saying much because this video was able to say it better than I can. But yeah, if there were to be anything, it would be right in this area that we are watching. So we do have a wall cloud here that does appear to be rotating, but it is not rotating intensely. I'm also not seeing anything, any kind of condensation down to the ground. I want to take a look at here, see where it is. We can see that it's not intense as it was. Correlation coefficient wise, not seeing that it would be presently on the ground. Let me take a look at these other storms. That's quite intense. They're coming up towards Reform. God, that's not a good look. For Saline County, headed up towards Perry County, eventually Pulaski County. So Williams Junction, Martindale, people along Arkansas Highway 10, Arkansas Highway 9, you need to start going ahead and taking your tornado precautions. They need to go on ahead and extend this one out. This one is still valid for 22 minutes, but I would not be surprised if they extend this warning out. If you are traveling to Conway, between Conway and Little Rock, you need to start getting to your place safely, but get there promptly. Safely, but promptly. Because this is headed towards Conway, so if you're on I-40, traveling between Little Rock and Morrilton, pull over or rapidly get to your place safely. Don't break the law, but get there safely. Don't drive dangerously, but get there safely and quickly. Back down here to Hot Springs, I want to take a look here. We do have that update, and it is kind of wrapping up a little bit. Right over downtown. Let me take a look here again. If there were to be anything, it would be right in this area. I'm not seeing anything extending to the ground, so that is good. So we're going to keep going back here, and we're going to keep focusing on this storm that is headed up towards Lake Maumelle. This might be a tornado that is on the ground. They just have issued a new tornado warning. It does include Mayflower all the way out into Conway. So if you are in Conway, let's go on ahead and let's start taking shelter. Let's go ahead and start making sure this does include Mayflower, portions of Conway. One moment.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And again, this is going to be for this area moving into Pulaski County from Saline County. This might actively be on the ground here. I don't believe it is, but it might be on the ground just because that might be on the ground there. I want to take a look back at the Hot Springs storm again. So this is going to be over Hot Springs, no correlation coefficient drop. They've canceled the northernmost tornado warning. The current tornado warning that I'm most concerned about is this storm headed towards Bigelow, right over Reform, headed towards Mayflower. Let's zoom in here. Let's take a look. I do believe that this is on the ground. This is going to be near Reform Road, near Lake Wiana Road, right where they intersect here. It's going to be north of Buffalo Road and where that intersects with Reform Road. So I expect these sirens to be going off across probably all of Faulkner County. I believe they have an intertwined siren system, probably same for Pulaski County. Saline County might also be going off. If that's the case, then there's a lot of people hearing tornado sirens as this storm heads up towards Conway, Mayflower, and Lake Maumelle. So again, taking a look here, where this is going to be, it's going to be near Reform Road and Lake Winona Road. I do want to take a look back. We do have another tornado warning. This is going to be for Caddo Valley, north of Highway 53 and Highway 8, headed up towards Bismarck, and it does include Malvern. That also includes Hot Springs. So Hot Springs is under 2 tornado warnings. I want to take a look at Hot Springs again. We can see that that area of circulation that we were monitoring has moved out of this camera view, so we no longer are going to be going back to that camera view for now. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for a large amount of area. That's going to be for Clark, Perry, Pike, Grant, Faulkner, Dallas, Garland, Saline, Hot Spring, and Pulaski counties. Tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. There's a line of severe thunderstorms along with this, and a lot of them are spinning. So we're going to reset for a minute. Let's take a step back. Let's look at everything from the north to the south. The northern storm is going to be this area over Reform, headed up towards Williams Junction, Martindale, Lake Maumelle, Mayflower, Bigelow, and eventually Conway. All right, so that's going to be headed off to the northeast. Let me go ahead and circle where that is. It's going to be just northeast of Reform, headed towards Williams Junction and Martindale. If you know anybody in this polygon, or if you are in this polygon, you need to seek shelter or call the people in the polygon and tell them to seek shelter. If we look at reflectivity, this is trying to form a classic hook echo on reflectivity, which is how we look at rain. If we look at Hot Springs, we have this other tornado warning. It's going to be for this area right here, headed towards Fountain Lake. This is going to be moving into Saline County here soon. It is not currently the most impressive on velocity. However, when it came over Hot Springs, we saw on camera that it did have a wall cloud with it. So this does have the potential to do something that we don't want it to do. There's going to be this area also north of Highway 53 and Highway 8 where they meet, near Caddo Valley, Midway, Friendship, headed up towards Malvern, Hot Springs, Rockport, Magnet Cove. Down here into Miller County, I believe it's still Miller County, might be into Hempstead. No, it's in Hempstead. There's going to be this area here. It's a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. It's a very small shower, but it does have rotation on it directly over Fulton. But I do want to primarily concern about this storm that is headed towards Highway 9, near Reform.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So this is where that storm's going to be. It's going to be directly along, if there's a street name there, I'm not seeing a street name here. It's going to be just north of Lake Winona Road. There's another update. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is a tornado that is on the ground right now, moving up towards Mayflower. It is not currently reported as a confirmed tornado, but I do believe that it is on the ground. So taking another look at velocity, this is where it's going to be, right here, and it's going to be moving off to the northeast. So Williams Junction, Martindale, you need to be taking your tornado safe precautions. They have issued a new massive severe thunderstorm warning that's going to include Stone, Independence, Searcy, Izard, Perry, Van Buren, Claiborne, Lonoke, Conway, Faulkner, White, and Pulaski counties. That does not include Searcy, but it includes right up there close to it. It does not include Cabot. Does include Heber Springs all the way up to Mountain View and down to Mayflower. Mayflower's most pressing concern, however, is this area of rotation that is moving into Pulaski County from Saline County. So it's going to be this area right here. Let me see if I can get a street name. Not seeing any populate. But this is going to be pushing up towards Mayflower. So if you're in Williams Junction, Martindale, all the way up to Mayflower, Bigelow, and portions of Conway, you need to be taking shelter. The southern storm, that looks quite intense. Coming over Gray Lake, headed up towards DeGray State Park Golf Course. Let me take a look at correlation coefficient. That very well could be on the ground, moving up towards Arkansas Highway 7. So Malvern, Hot Springs, take shelter. There's going to be another tornado warning that is for Hot Springs. Not the one that just went over you, but another one. So, this is over DeGray Lake. Let me take a zoom in here on this storm. I'm waiting for the next radar update. This radar is about 3 minutes old, so we should be getting another update here in any couple of seconds. But this area headed towards Bismarck is quite intense. There's our newest update. It's going to be, let me get a street name. There's going to be over Lakefront Drive, south of Bismarck.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Taking a look in here at the storm that is moving towards Williams Junction. Yes. I suspect this to be a tornado on the ground. This one is headed towards Mayflower and eventually Conway. So if you're in Conway, you need to be very mindful of this. It is headed up towards Williams Junction and Martindale. Lake Maumelle. If you know anybody on Lake Maumelle, give them a call. Make sure that they're taking shelter. And yeah, this is likely on the ground here. They have not taken it to confirmed, but still concerned about this area near Marshall. It is not currently tornado warned, so I'm not going to be speaking too much on it. However, this area right in here, it is something that we do need to watch. Want to go back down to the southern one that is headed towards Malvern. This is likely a saying. Okay. Yeah, this one is going to be crossing DeGray Lake south of Bismarck, approaching Arkansas Highway 7, headed up towards the intersection of Arkansas 128 and Hickory Grove Road. If you know where 128 and Hickory Grove Road meet, you need to be taking shelter because that area of rotation is headed directly towards it. It will eventually be headed up I-30 towards Malvern, Oak Grove, Social Hill, and Antioch. So Antioch Road runs right through here. This right here is Antioch Road up towards I-30. If you're along there, you need to be taking shelter as well. Again, I still believe that this might be on the ground or was on the ground at one point as it moves off towards Conway and Mayflower. So Mayflower, Bigelow, Conway, people on Lake Maumelle, Martindale, Williams Junction, this is headed towards you. I'm going to briefly take a moment, see if we can't
New information. This tornado warning has
get
been
any
updated.
kind of radar, or not radar, any kind of cameras to see anything. Our best bet is probably the southern storm. All right, one moment. All right, so we are looking at a camera at Caddo Valley that is looking to the north. I'm going to just quickly jump down to it, and we can see that this is the storm looking, camera view looking north from Caddo Valley. So let me just quickly show you on the map where we are and where we're looking. So we are right in here, and we're looking to the east technically, but it's looking north. That's where that area of circulation is, and it's moving off in this direction. So if we were to see anything, we would see it off on the left side of the screen as it approaches across that mountain. I do want to go back in here, take a look at this storm headed towards Martindale. So this is where that area of circulation would be. When we look at correlation coefficient, we confirm that there is likely a tornado on the ground here. It has not gone to confirm tornado, but it is looking like there is a direct lineup with CC and velocity. And if we take a look at this, we can see that that is rain right in there. So should be seeing red, but we are not seeing red. We're seeing blue. Which tells me that there is likely a tornado on the ground moving towards Martindale. So Martindale, Bigelow, Lake Maumelle, Mayflower, portions of Conway. I figure the University of Central Arkansas, UCA, hopefully they have their safe rooms open because it does include some portions of their campus here. So they have just reissued a new one. This is still radar indicated. This does include, no, they did not reissue a new one. They trimmed it. So they are making it more refined. It no longer includes Mayflower proper. It does include some portions of western and northern Mayflower, though. So this is where that area rotation would be, and it's headed north towards Martindale. I do want to take a look back down south here, as this is getting ready to cross Arkansas Highway 7. This is going to be headed up towards Arkansas 128 and Antioch Road. So Malvern, Rockport, you need to be in your tornado safe spots.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
One moment. They are going to be letting this one expire, the one for Hot Springs Village. I'm expecting them to let the one over Hot Springs itself also expire. Just because they are open. All right, so the UCA campus, their shelters are open. So if you're in Conway and need a place to go, UCA is open and you do have time to get there. You just need to leave now and go. That area of rotation is going to be approaching Martindale. Going to take a look at correlation coefficient, compare that with reflectivity. It is very possible that there is still a tornado on the ground right in here. I cannot confirm that. National Weather Service has not taken it to be confirmed, but I would not be surprised if later on we get a survey that says that there is a tornado on the ground there. Want to take a look down here as this is now crossed over Arkansas Highway 7. Let me get a speed on this. It is moving at 40 miles an hour, so it is about the average speed of a tornado. We're just so used to having really fast tornadoes here in Arkansas that a regular speed tornado feels slow to us. But this tornado is moving about 40, which is pretty average speed for a tornado. Yeah, it's out for a nice Sunday stroll. Oh. There might be a tornado on the ground near Bismarck that is headed up towards Malvern, Rockport. So at this point, anybody along Arkansas 128 and 84, you need to be taking shelter. Those watches, those updates there, that is a new tornado watch that has been issued for Clay, Craighead, Crittenden, Cross, Green, Lee, Mississippi, Phillips, Poinsett, and St. Francis counties. So that has been extended out. If we zoom out here, we will see that that is now all of Arkansas except for Union County, Ashley County, and mine's went blank on what county that is. But this tornado is likely on the ground, moving up towards DeRoche along Arkansas 128, Highway 84. Anyone in Social Hill, Antioch, Oak Grove, Red Oak, you need to be taking shelter. Malvern is included in this. It should hopefully stay to the west of it. Sirens going off between Benton and Bryant. That makes sense. This is a county, they have a county-wide system. They do not need to be taking shelter in Benton County or in Saline County as of current, but they do need to very closely monitor this storm that is to their south. I want to take a look back up here to the Conway storm. I'm not seeing a debris signature on this anymore, but looking back down to the south, it'd be right in here. So this likely hit the ground right when it was crossing Arkansas Highway 7 and is headed up towards DeRoche now. So this would be headed up towards Rockport, Malvern, areas of Hot Spring County. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. So this is where that tornado would be. We'll take a look here. We can see that there is a hook echo, which is that rain trying to wrap around it. There is a clearing. Their sirens are going off in Conway. Thank you for letting me know that, Doc. Yeah, that makes sense. We'll take a look at velocity here. We can see that this is where that tornado warning would be, right in this area, and it's headed up towards Conway. Mayflower should be in the clear of this now unless it makes a rightward turn, so I don't want you to let your guard down, but you are no longer included in that warning. Correlation coefficient-wise, I don't believe that it is still on the ground. I do believe that it was on the ground, though, when it crossed into Pulaski County. That area, though, would be moving up towards Conway. So if you're at Conway, at UCA, at one of the 30 other colleges in Conway, you need to be taking shelter. It's Easter, so a lot of people probably went home from colleges for the weekend. So hopefully that's a good thing. But if you are in Conway, you don't need to be outside. You need to be inside. You need to be in the most interior room with the lowest floor, away from windows and away from exterior walls. And you also need to have shoes on as this area of rotation moves towards you. It's crossing out of Pulaski County and into Perry County. And then after that, it will be moving into Faulkner County. I want to take another look back here towards DeRoche. This area of rotation, let's take a look at correlation coefficient. I believe that is still on the ground approaching DeRoche near Arkansas 184 and 128. So this is likely a tornado that is on the ground moving northeast. This is going to be, let's see if we have anything visible on cameras. If there were, we would be looking back at it, but front towards it. I'm going to see if we can't get a better angle on these cameras.
New
Okay, they have just
information.
updated this to a
tornado
confirmed
warning has
tornado
been
warning.
updated.
So this moving towards Malvern is a confirmed tornado warning. This is where that tornado is going to be, near DeRoche, moving northeastward towards it at 128 and 84, where Arkansas 128 and Arkansas 84 meet. This is a confirmed tornado, so anyone in DeRoche needs to be taking shelter. Anyone to the northeast of DeRoche, up towards Red Oak, Diamond Head, Oak Grove, Social Hill, Antioch, you need to be taking shelter. Hot Springs is included in this. I would not be surprised if the sirens are still going off in Hot Springs, but you should be clear in Hot Springs. This looks like it's going to stay south of you, but people in Garland County, in extreme southeastern Garland County, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Let's take another look at velocity, see if we have a new update. We do, and that is not good. So we have this very strong wind blowing towards the radar. We have this very strong wind with that pink blowing away from it. That's forming that counterclockwise rotation. We look at correlation coefficient. We can see that it lines up pretty well exactly with that velocity signature, telling us that there is a tornado on the ground, and the National Weather Service has confirmed that by taking this to be an observed tornado. So anyone near Malvern and so on, you need to be taking tornado precautions now. I want to take a look back up here at Conway and not forget about them. I'm not seeing the area of rotation as persistent anymore. I'm just clicking through different data products here. Not seeing it. However, Conway and everyone in Conway, you still need to be in your tornado safe precautions. But back down here, this is that confirmed tornado. I'm trying to get a better view here of it on camera. No, tornadoes do not respect roundabouts. Okay, we're going to take a look at the iDrive camera. This is going to be from Malvern. We can see on the right side of the screen how dark the skies are. This is that tornado that is headed towards Malvern. So if you are in Malvern, if you're in areas west of Malvern, even up to Rockport, you need to be in shelter. You need to be going to a sturdy structure. You need to be on the most interior room on the lowest floor. You need to have as many walls between you and the outside, staying away from exterior walls and windows. You need to have shoes on your feet. You need to be going into a closet, a bathroom, somewhere away from the outside, because this is a pretty dangerous situation here. Directly over DeRoche right now, near the intersection of Arkansas 128 and Arkansas 84, and it is moving to the northeast towards Social Hill, Oak Grove, and Malvern. Magnet Cove is down the line, not included in this warning, but you do need to continue monitoring this situation. Further down the line from this is Saline County and Little Rock. So looking forward, over the next hour or so, we're going to start seeing this move closer and closer to the metro. As this happens, we need to be paying a very close attention to it. I want to take another look back here at the Conway storm. This would be nearing near 300 and 113, near those intersections. I believe that this one will probably end up getting canceled. I'm not seeing the velocity signature that I would come to expect for there to be a tornado warning. However, if you're in Conway, stay in shelter. This storm right here, this is going to be a new one that's trying to start to spin up. This is going to be to the west of Salem, moving to the northeast. This one, if a tornado warning does come out, it's going to include portions of Little Rock and probably Kamek Village. We will wait to see what National Weather Service in Little Rock does, but I'm going to go on ahead and circle that area just so you know what I'm talking about and tell you where it's headed. It's headed off to the northeast, and it's going to be this area fully in Saline County, out of Garland County. But I do want to pay attention to our most pressing matter. This one is still an observed tornado, and it is now north of DeRoche, heading along Highway 128 and Highway 84. So this very well could move up towards the metro. So if you know someone in the metro, you need to give them a call. Say, hey, you need to be paying attention to this storm down near Rockport, down near Malvern, because this storm could be headed up here. I-30 moves northeast. These storms are moving northeast, and it's running right along I-30. So, again, Magnet Cove all the way up to northern parts of Hot Spring County. You need to be very closely monitoring this because this is headed really close to Malvern. Hot Springs, you are included in the warning. You should be fine. It should stay to the south and east of you. You've already had several areas of rotation go nearer you today, and we're not done with that yet until this one passes. I want to take a look back at this camera. It's very blurry. Let me see if we can find a better camera here for a moment. 1 second. All right, so we do have a camera on 51. Yeah, so we do have a camera on 51 that will take. Oh, wow. That new update does not look good. Let's look at correlation coefficient. We can see that we still have CC drop in the area. There is the update on this. It is still an observed tornado, and it is headed up towards Malvern and Rockport. So this is 51 at Stony Creek. Let me see, looking west. 51 at Stony Creek. Not quite sure where that is specifically, but it's probably up near Magnet Cove. Okay, it's where 51 and 270 meet. It's looking west. That's not going to give us the best view. Let me try finding something other than that real quick.
New information.
They have updated that confirmed tornado warning.
Updated.
Why did I circle that area near Fountain Lake? Let me go back up here and I'll show you. So the reason why I'm circling this, they have not yet taken it tornado warned.
New special event has been reported.
This is some broad circulation right in here, and it's moving up towards Pulaski County. If we look on reflectivity, we can see that we do have a hook trying to form on it with some wind blowing into it. So we do need to closely monitor this as it moves off to the north. I do want to take a look back here at this Conway storm because it is not over yet. I'm not seeing that area of rotation as prominent as it once was. However, if you're in Conway, let's go on ahead and keep taking your tornado precautions. Back down here, this is looking a little bit more broad, which is good, but it is still an observed tornado, and I'm still seeing debris that's lining up right on with it. So headed up to Malvern, Rockport, Magnet Cove, you need to be in your tornado safe places. Areas along Arkansas 171, Arkansas 290, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Those special event warnings are special weather statements. So that one in particular was for this area over Wichita County, headed up into, well, let me pull these up so I can just not guess, for Cleveland, Calhoun, Dallas, and Wichita counties. That's just a special weather statement. It's supposed to pop up blue when it says that, but it hasn't been popping up blue today. So I'll need to check on that later, but not right now. This is where that area of circulation would be, and we can line that up. There's another update right in here. We'll switch over. The radar this radar is about a minute behind the other, so we're going to wait a couple of seconds to see an update. And when we do, what we're going to see is that red and that blue be right in the heart of this circle. So we're going to wait for that update, and we'll see that. But again, the reason why I circled this and headed out to Pulaski County, there's just some rotation with this, and it's trying to form a hook echo. So we do need to be mindful of this one that is headed into the metro soon. And there's that update, and you can see, like I said, right in the heart of that is where that's going to be. So correlation coefficient, it lines up 1-to-1 that this tornado is likely still on the ground. And we'll just quickly take a view of Rockport looking westbound. Not seeing anything. There's a lot of trees in this area. It sucks to chase down here because of all the trees. So if we were to see anything, it'd be off to the right side of this camera, but it is not too easy to see with all the trees. I'll say that. And the Conway warning has gone away. So if you're in Conway, you are good. You are no longer under a warning. You can come out of your tornado safe place. Channel 7 has the one by Magnet Cove lined up with the Metro with timings of 6:12 Magnet Cove, 6:20 Lonsdale, 6:30 Haskell, I'm assuming 6:30, 6:30 Benton, 6:38 Benton, 6:47 Bryant. They have the one by Magnet Cove. Okay, yeah, this one right here. Yeah, that makes sense. That's going to be headed, like I said, up into the Metro. We also have this area up here that I was highlighting. Still concerned about it. That's moving northeast. And again, we still have this area up near Clinton or Fairfield Bay. It does have a bit of an inflow notch. You know, this area was supposed to be the area where the greatest tornado risk was supposed to be. But so far, everything today has been the southern Arkansas situation, not a northern Arkansas thing. So we're just going to keep watching this area down here. We have these two areas of concern. We have two tornado warnings, or correction, we only have one tornado warning, but one other area that we are concerned about. So the one tornado warning we have is this right here near Magnet Cove, Malvern, Rockport. The other area is this in Saline County moving towards Pulaski County. This one's moving towards Magnet Cove. There is no warning on the northern option. The southern one is warned, though. That's going to be approaching Arkansas Highway 171 and Arkansas 290, the intersection of those. It's going to be continuing to move off to the northeast to the US 270 and Arkansas 51. This one up here is going to be north of Arkansas Highway 5, right along Arkansas Highway 9. They have just extended the southern tornado warning to include Haskell, Benton, Bauxite, and other portions of Saline County. So that's going to be popping up on the screen here in a moment. We can already see the polygon flashing there where this warning is. We're going to get a storm track on this. It is moving at 40 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and get a track on this. And one moment, I'm getting that track at 40 miles an hour. And there are about to be a lot of stuff, so Doc, I know you've been typing stuff, so get ready to be typing a lot as I call these out. Because I've extended this all the way up into Little Rock. Let me center that a little bit better for the screen. So this is going to be Magnet Cove at 6:12, Lonsdale 6:20, Glen Rose 6:21, Rubicon at 6:30, Haskell at 6:30, Benton at 6:38, Salem 6:42, Bauxite at 6:43, Goodman 6:45, Bryant 6:46, Collegeville 6:48, Alexander 6:49, Ferndale 6:53.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
All right, Ferndale 6:53, Mableville 6:56, Pinnacle 7 o'clock, Rosedale 7:01, Baseline at 7:02, Little Rock at 7:02. Kamek Village 7:06, Maumelle 7:07, Crystal Hill 7:10, Morgan at 7:12, North Little Rock at 7:14, Mayflower at 7:15, Sherwood at 7:20, Valentine at 7:21, Cato at 7:21 as well. So they have extended this warning out all the way to Benton and Bauxite. I went ahead and included that. The warning's all the way out to Little Rock just because that's where it's headed down the line. Susie says, I went to my sister's, couldn't really see anything towards 128 from 130 or from I-30, but there's barely wind, no rain in Malvern. Yeah, that's kind of how this is. All of that clear air that's in Malvern right now is being sucked into the storm. So all of that is being sucked into the storm right now. You will get some rain, but we are waiting for this. I'm going to take another look at our cameras here, see if we can see anything. Again, this is at Rockport, looking west. So if there were to be anything, it would be off to the right side of the screen. I'm not seeing anything. I'm going to try and switch cameras again. We do have that camera that we were looking at earlier that we will take a brief look at. This is on 51 and 270 looking east. So this is from behind the storm looking towards it. So if there is a storm, it would be in, or a tornado, it would be in front of us, but we do not currently have a view of it. And so you can see the wind is blowing pretty rapidly. This camera's looking westbound, so we're not going to be seeing it actually. We're going to be seeing what is blowing into it. We can see that all this rain that is blowing back towards the camera, that is blowing towards the rain, or towards the rotation. So we're going to switch back over to radar here, and we can see that camera is situated right here. That area of circulation is right here, and it's going to be moving right behind it. Let me see what this one right here is looking at. This is Butterfield. I mean, not far away. It's completely different. I mean, like you go from there to here, and it's completely different circumstances, it looks like. So they have updated the tornado watch. Let me see what that update is about. They have canceled Howard, Little River, Sevier counties in Arkansas, but that is Shreveport, but they are continuing it for Columbia, Hempstead, Lafayette, Miller, and Nevada counties. So they are continuing it down there. Let me take a look at this area. It is still not currently warned, but that would be tracking into Pulaski County, and that does have what is trying to be a hook echo. I'm going to go ahead and circle it right in there. And yeah, that's where that would be. Let me go on ahead and one moment. Let me just push out that other notification. It's been about 30 minutes since last one went out, and I just want to make sure people know what's going on there. So I just had to push out another notification. We do have this area of rotation that is approaching Magnet Cove. We're going to be looking at it. This, not the right camera there. We'll be looking at it on this camera. This is on the back side of it. We can see all of this rain that is blowing towards the camera is blowing towards that circulation. So that circulation would be passing back in here, right over Magnet Cove, whereas this is right here looking this way. So all of the wind that's blowing towards the camera is blowing into this circulation. So we're going to go back to this camera. We're just going to watch it for a brief moment. Not a fun time to be driving that sports car out there, I can tell you that. Still a bit concerned about this area to the north near Bland, headed up towards Ferndale. We'll take a look at it on reflectivity. We can see that there's a bit of... okay, this camera is really rocking now, as this area of circulation is passing very close to this camera. I wish that this camera could be turned around, but it is really rocking now. That ambulance is possibly driving into a tornado. Probably not the smartest idea, because directly behind this camera is where that circulation is. So any car that's driving back behind this where the rain is blowing into, they don't need to be doing that. So if you know anybody along 51 or let me see the other streets in here. along, I'm looking at the wrong one. Along 51 or 270, you need to call them, tell them not to be traveling along there, because this is where that area of rotation is. Right along 270, moving up towards Magnet Cove. And that camera that we're watching is positioned right here, and it's looking west. So that camera is going to be passing right behind it. So we're going to go ahead and take a look here, and we can just see how intense that wind blowing into it is. And this is getting very intense, this rain and this wind right here. We are just... This is the best view we have, and I wish that this camera was turned around looking east. Because this is some very intense rain and wind pushing in here. I'm going to quickly switch over to the camera to the east of it. And again, you know, this is barely, probably not even 2 miles away. And look at it. Clear skies. So let me see if we can get another camera somewhere up here. That's looking east. We need to be looking west. Yeah, we'll go back to this camera because none of the other ones that I can find are currently giving us as good of a view as this one. I do want to take another look here, though. That area of rotation would be crossing over 51 near the intersection of Smoke Ridge Road and Bennett Loop. Back up here, we do have this area that is trying to form a bit of a hook right in here. This, yeah, all right. So it's going to be right in here, and that'd be moving up towards Maumelle. That is not tornado warned. We are just closely monitoring that one. This area near Guy, we do need to be watching as well. It's going to be directly over Arkansas 25. There's a bit of a hook that it is trying to form in this area, so we do need to be mindful of it. This area just north of Fairfield Bay, we also need to watch it, but the current tornado warning is going to be for this over Magnet Cove, moving northeast towards Benton, Bryant, Haskell, and portions of Saline County. So this is going to be crossing over 51. We're going to go back to this view. This is going to be on the back end of the tornado, and we can see that now instead of blowing in this direction, the rain is blowing this way. You can see it's kind of blowing, it's shifting directions as the circulation has just passed behind this camera. It's possible that this was on the ground. I can't confirm that or not, but that is very strong wind. And so an update on where that would be along Gordon Neck Valley Road, moving off to the northeast from Magnet Cove up towards Highway 70, US 70, and I-30. I'm going to quickly try and see if we can't get us a better view somewhere. Okay, so we are looking at the I-30 and US 70 interchange. So if there were to be anything, it'd be back here. You can see that there's some light rain. There are trees in the way. Rain is going to start picking up as it comes in here. Wind is also going to start picking up. What we're going to see is these trees probably blowing to the south and the west, and then over time they will start to shift. So all of these cars that are coming at us are cars that are coming out of that storm, cars that are going away from us are cars going into the storm. So we're going to continue to be watching this area. Yes. All right, let me take a look here back at radar, because I don't want to miss anything. But again, this area is going to be north of Magnet Cove, moving off into Saline County soon. This area near Guy is trying to organize a bit. It is not there, but it is trying to. This area north of Greers Ferry and Fairfield Bay is also trying, but it ain't getting there yet. Not a fan of this storm in northern Saline County getting ready to move into Ferndale. That's a bit odd looking on reflectivity. For it to not, well, that's intense wind blowing towards with a weakened area in here. That might be something. I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning come out for this to include Ferndale, Pinnacle, Maumelle, areas like that. Right now, you don't need to take your tornado precautions, but be very mindful of this storm. We're going to keep going back to it. I pointed it out earlier. I'm going to keep pointing it out until it no longer looks like that. Back down here to Magnet Cove. This area is going to be along County Road 108 and Barroyd Road. Cherry Ridge Road is also right there in the middle of it. It's moving to the northeast. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include Little Rock. That does have a tornado possible tag on it. Let me go on ahead and read everything that's included on it. That is for Clark, Dallas, Faulkner, Garland, Grant, Hot Spring, Lone Oak, Perry, Pulaski, and Saline counties until 7 p.m.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And there it is popping up on the screen saying it's been issued. So yeah, this area coming up on Ferndale, we have intense wind towards it. We have this wind trying to blow into it with a weakened area right here. If we check reflectivity, we can see that's right where that hook is, although it's not lining up on velocity. This area needs to be very closely watched. I think the reason why we're not seeing as intense of velocity signature is because there's just not as much rain out here that we would be otherwise expecting. I would not doubt to see a new tornado warning come out for that soon. This warning for Magnet Cove, though, continuing to watch it move north. It's now moving along Athens Lane. It's moving up towards Gordeck Valley Road, Glasgow Road, and Gated Lane Road.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
I will be 1 second.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, I'm back. We, like I said, we do have this tornado warning for Magnet Cove up to Benton. This area of circulation is going to be right in here where the greens and the reds come together. We'll go on ahead and circle that. Let's get us some street names. It's going to be Gordon Neck Valley Road between it and Athens Lane, which is going to be near County Road 108. It's going to be north of County Road 108, Gordeck Valley Road, and Athens Lane. That's moving off to the northeast. I'm still concerned about this coming into western portions of Pulaski County. So Malvern is in the clear. Malvern is no longer in a tornado warning. I forgot to clear them. But Malvern, you are in the clear. Benton, you do need to stay in shelter for a little bit longer. Lonsdale, you need to stay in shelter. Traskwood, Haskell, you should be in the clear, but I would go on ahead and just stay inside. Be prepared to go into shelter soon. This storm in Pulaski County now is looking quite mean. Let me take a look at... Let me try getting this on camera. Trying to get a good view on this. I'm trying to look at it from Big Rock. That's not giving me a good view because that only shows north and west. Just one moment. I'm trying to find a better view here. Hold on. We're trying to find a place to look. So right now, what I'm most concerned about is this area entering Pulaski County from Saline County. Can't get a good view on it.
A new severe
thunderstorm warning that has been issued, but just looking at this, well, that also looks very menacing. So this is the Hot Springs Saline County line right here. This is going to be along Athens Lane, and that's going to be moving into Saline County along Gordeck Valley Road. So it's going to be right in this area. That's going to be moving northeast towards Highway 70 and I-30. Not seeing any correlation coefficient to indicate that it's currently on the ground. Looking back to the north, though, this is still a very dangerous-looking storm over Ferndale. So we have two areas of rotation that we are concerned about, one of which is tornado warned. I'm trying to get us a good view of that northern storm. Still having issues finding where that would be, if I could find a camera. Maybe the bridge looking south. All right, so this camera that I now have on here is looking from right here, and it's looking south, which is where that area would be. So we're going to take a look at it. This is where it would be. It's probably obstructed by trees and mountains, and the camera probably also is not angled up high enough. But if there were to be anything, we'd be seeing it in this general area. And again, this is the I-40 at the I-430 interchange. So this area down here coming into Saline County, quite some intense rotation with it right here, getting ready to enter into Saline County. So there's going to be Fairplay Road and Newcomb Road. So Benton, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. You need to be there. Haskell, you need to be in your tornado safe place as well. Benton especially. So again, we have two areas of rotation that we are concerned about. We have this southern one moving towards Benton, Salem, Bryant, Alexander. Salem, Bryant, Alexander are not included in that warning. Benton is included in the warning. We also have this unwarned area moving to the northeast, mostly on a northward track, northeast, I'd say, moving towards Maumelle, Mayflower, and Valona eventually. This does have a classic hook echo that it is trying to form here. We're going to take a look at it on velocity. It's not showing. We can see wind blowing there, but it's not as tight as we would want it to be. Like if we look down here, we can see that we have the strong reds and the blues and greens coming together in a very close area. We don't have that here. I do want to take another look at this camera, not seeing anything, and I'm going to quickly try and find us a new camera. Because I'm trying to get as good of a view of this as I can with the limited cameras that we have. Okay, this is a pretty decent view here. This is on the river bridge itself. So this would be looking out there at it. Over here, there's a bit of a kind of a lowering here. We do have an update to the tornado watch. Let me read and see what that says. They are... Okay. Bit excessive there. The tornado watch is continued for Arkansas, Bradley, Calhoun, Cleveland, Deshae, Drew, Independence, Jackson, Jefferson, Lawrence, Lincoln, Lonoke, Monroe, Prairie, Randolph, Sharp, White, and Woodruff counties until 12 a.m. The tornado warning is canceled for Boone, Johnson, Logan, Marion, Montgomery, Newton, Polk, Pope, Scott, Searcy, and Yell counties. The tornado warning is continued for Baxter, Clark, Cleburne, Conway, Dallas, Faulkner, Fulton, Garland, Grant, Hot Spring, Izard, Wichita, Perry, Pike, Pulaski, Saline, Stone, and Van Buren counties until 7 p.m. So that's about 40 minutes for that. But there is a bit of a lowering back in here that we're looking at. So I just want to keep this view. I wish that it would be turned a bit to the right, but it's not. So we're just going to have to keep watching this. There is a tornado warning. Okay, it sounds like they just took it. Yes, they just took a tornado warning. So Little Rock, Maumelle, Mayflower, all the way up to Valona, there is a tornado warning now. There is a tornado warning for Pulaski, for Faulkner. One moment. Yes, tornado warning for Faulkner, Lonoke, and Pulaski counties. So there is a tornado warning for Maumelle. It's going to be this area that we've been tracking about getting ready to cross over Arkansas 10. So if you are in the area of Pinnacle, you do need to be taking shelter. Mayflower, Valona is not included, but you are next in line. So one moment. This storm is headed off to the northeast. And this again does include Maumelle, I-40 between Little Rock and Conway. Does include Mayflower. We're going to look at it on reflectivity just because it's easier to track there for where it is. Yes, there is a tornado warning in western portions of Little Rock. This is going to be near Pinnacle, headed out towards Maumelle. It's going to be crossing Arkansas Highway 10, getting ready to go up Arkansas Highway 300 towards Pinnacle Mountain State Park and out towards the river.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
There's the announcement of that tornado warning popping up on here. This is for Maumelle, Mayflower, and near Valonia. And all right, so let me just quickly reset here and see what we've got, right? So we do have 2 tornado warnings currently. One includes Pulaski County. It's going to include Maumelle. Looking at it on reflectivity is better than looking at it on velocity because we can't see it on velocity. We do have a camera here looking back at it. We do see that we have a bit of a wall cloud back in here. There's going to be at the bridge looking south. All right. So what we have is this area over here getting ready to cross Arkansas Highway 10 near the intersection of Arkansas 300 near Pinnacle and Pinnacle Mountain State Park. If you are in that area, you do need to be taking shelter now. This is also going to be including up towards Maumelle, Mayflower, and eventually Valonia. Let's take another look here, and it'd be directly over Pinnacle. We can get some street level names. Pinnacle Road. It's going to be Pinnacle Road, Country Creek Lane. Just pretty much all of Pinnacle area. You do need to be in shelter. So this area, here's a bit of it on rotation to be near Pinnacle Road, near Pinnacle Valley Road, the Arkansas Arboretum. So this area off over here that we're looking at, this area over here would be our wall cloud, getting ready to cross over the river. And I do want to take a look down here for Benton. They do need to probably extend this. This warning velocity-wise, it looks very intense still as it gets ready to come into Benton. So if you know anyone in Benton, give them a call. Let them know, hey, you need to take shelter now. You know, you need to be paying very close attention. And we're going to go on ahead and start warning people upstream of this into Salem, Bryant, Bauxite, Alexander, Shannon Hills, Mableville, Baseline, up to I-30, where it meets with I-30 and 430. All of those areas, you need to be taking shelter. Where is camera 6124 at? Because this is 6125. Which, yeah, there does look to be the wall cloud back in the distance there. The river bridge. Oh, yep, there. Okay, yep, they have just turned it. Yeah, we have a good view of that camera. There we go. So right there, there is the wall cloud as it is crossing. No, turn that camera back. Get that camera back over there. Get that camera back to the right. We saw it there for a brief moment. There was a very well-defined wall cloud moving across into Mayflower. Or moving into Maumelle. My bad, I misspoke. So whoever's with RDOT, they need to move that camera right back. Someone who's watching, go back and pull that stream clip and take a picture of that, take a screenshot of that, if you can. I'm going to switch cameras again, see if we can't get a better view of it over here. That's east. Yeah, this is coming into Maumelle right now. I'm going to leave radar pulled up for now. Let me also take a look down here towards Benton. That's where that area circulation is going to be, around 229 and I-30 moving into Benton. We also have that other
New
area.
information. This tornado warning has been updated.
That was them trimming down that one that we were mentioning. I'm trying to get a better view here. I'm trying, all of these cameras are having trouble loading right now. Let me reload iDrive real quick. Still trying to find a good camera of it. All right, west at Crystal Hill, we do have a new tornado warning that does include the city of Little Rock. So the city of Little Rock, you do have a tornado warning. Actually, we're going to try looking at that on camera, just because this is headed directly into Little Rock from Benton. And let's see if we can't find that area. So if you're in Little Rock, go on ahead and take your tornado precautions. Call people you know in Little Rock. Let them know that they're under a tornado warning if they don't already know, although I assume they do because their phones probably just went like crazy. All right, so looking from Benton at Highway 5, we're going to take another look. It'd be off to the right here. So the Benton storm is headed into Little Rock. So as we said earlier, when it was way back down near wherever it came from, I was saying, hey, if you're in the metro, you need to be mindful of this because it's going to be headed towards you. So here we are now with it heading towards...
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
New radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. That is for Faulkner, for Pulaski County as well. So this is going to be for, let me circle it, this area directly over Benton. So we can see on the right-hand side of the screen, let me move that radar out of the way. On the right-hand side of the screen here, we can see that there is some lowering right in here, a bit of a wall cloud forming on this side of the screen that we will be able to see. If this would be able to turn to the right a little bit, we'd be able to get a pretty good view of it, but I don't think they can turn it to the right. I do want to take a look back up here to the northern storm. This would be moving over Maumelle, directly over Maumelle. Let's get some street names. That's going to be Odom Boulevard, Woodland Drive, near the United Methodist Behavioral Hospital. And if we check reflectivity, we can see that is exactly where that area circulation would be. So Maumelle, there is a area circulation directly over you. That is going to be headed up to the northeast towards Mayflower. Should stay south and east of Mayflower, but there is going to be an area circulation headed out towards Valonia. I do want to take another look right here, and we can see that wall cloud still on the right side of the screen. And this is a storm that is headed into Little Rock. So this is the storm that's headed to Little Rock. So we do have this area of circulation on the right-hand side of the screen. Someone could get a screenshot of that and post that somewhere. then that would be helpful. But we do see that area of circulation, that rotation, that wall cloud on the right side of the screen. This is what's going to be moving into Little Rock. Sirens are spinning down in Little Rock. They need to be continuing in Little Rock. So looking at this area rotation, it's going to be this area right in here, and it's moving north. So we're going to try and move this camera back a little bit. See if we can't get us a better view of it now. My cursor seems to have disappeared. There it is. It's back. Okay. I'm trying to see if we can't get us a better view of this storm. Okay, no, this is going to be the best view that we have of it. This is going to be at 5 and right here at 30 and 5. Okay, not sure why my phone is going off. I'm nowhere near Little Rock, but it was going off. An update from Maumelle. Yeah, that's going to be crossing over I-40 right now. Where easy, it's better to see it on reflectivity, but it's going to be right in this area. So it's going to be crossing over I-40 near 365. So it's going to be crossing I-40 near 365 headed to the northeast. So areas part of the Little Rock Air Force Base, these outlying fields. Over here near Cato, it's headed towards Cato. Brockington Corner, let me see what that airport's called. That's the Bob White Hill Ranch Airport. It's going to be headed up into that region. Valonia, it's going to be headed up towards you as well. It is not currently on the ground, but it is headed towards that general area. So yeah, this has crossed the interstate and is out of Maumelle. I want to take another look back here on the cameras. I'm going to change these cameras, try and look at the Maumelle storm now that it is crossing over the interstate. So we should be able to get us a pretty decent view of it looking somewhere. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that would be giving us a good view. Everything, I will show you what I am looking at, though, just so you know why I can't get a good view. It's because this storm is rain-wrapped. So if you were to try and go outside to look at it, you're not going to see anything. This is the conditions they're having on the interstate right now. This is just outside of Maumelle. You are not going to see anything if you go outside to look at it. So don't go outside and look. Let me try and get another view of the Benton storm. Okay, we have a bit of a lowering on this camera here from the RDOT headquarters. You can see on the right side there's that lowering. This is the storm that is headed into Little Rock. So if you're in Little Rock, you do need to be mindful of this. I wish that this camera would be turned a little bit to the right. You know, I need to figure out somebody who can give me a remote control of these cameras. That's what I got to do, because all these cameras all day has been a case of I need a little bit more to the right. I need a little bit more to the left. I need this camera to be a little bit more to the right so we can see it. But if you're looking over here under the RDOT logo, it's right in here on the right side of the screen. This is where that lowering would be. And this is the storm that is headed into Little Rock. So we do have that bit of a wall cloud there. And we're going to take another look at reflectivity or at radar. And we can see that it's right here coming over Salem, moving towards it. That camera is situated right about here, and it's looking this way. So it has a pretty good view of it. But unfortunately, we're going to start probably losing view of it. So let me go on ahead and take a look up here at Maumelle. See where that storm is, and that is going to be in this area. It has crossed, it is very close to the radar, so it's quite difficult to see, but it has crossed over I-40 and is still moving off to the northeast towards Gentry Corner. Or Gentry Corner, my apologies. So Salem, Alexander, everyone in Little Rock, especially downtown and western portions of Little Rock, you do need to be taking your tornado safe precautions. We're going to go back to this because this is easier to understand and see than it is a radar. When you look at this, you can see with your own eyes what's going on. You don't have to listen to somebody saying, well, this is blowing towards the radar, this is blowing away. No, with this, you can see that there is a wall cloud that is popping out of the storm, and it's popping down. It's underneath that RDOT logo, and that is moving towards the metro. It's going to be this area right in here. And so we're just going to be continuing to watch this. Let me take a look at radar, see if I'm missing anything, make sure I'm not. And that area of rotation would be just north, this Maumelle storm would be just north of Camp Joseph Robinson. Well, it'd be right over Camp Robinson. So it's going to be headed up towards Cato. So Frenchman Mountain Road, Cato Road, areas out here is where that storm is going to be headed to. I'll go on ahead and circle this, show you where that area of rotation is. It's going to be right here, and it's moving off to the northeast. So Cato, Olmsted, Gentry Corner, all the way out to Valonia. You do need to be taking your tornado precautions as this heads up towards you. Cabot, Austin, Ward, Beebe, this should stay to your west. I cannot guarantee that, though. You are not under a warning, but you do need to closely monitor this. Back down here to Salem. This is the storm moving to Little Rock. It's going to be right there, moving up towards Little Rock. So we're going to take a look here. It's going to be south of Zuber Road, east of Hart Road, north of Salem Road. So I'm going to start calling out some streets that are directly under that area of rotation. And if you know it, then you're probably too close. It's Janice Drive, Carrier Drive, Cindy Drive, Camille Drive, Schrader Trail, Renee Circle, Candace Street, Melanie Drive, and Zuber Road. I already called that one out. Alyssa Lane, West Shore Ave, Westminster Ave, and Helmrich Drive. That's where that area of circulation is going to be headed up towards North Lake Road, Springdale Road, Hilldale Road, Hester Road, Brock Road, Pamela Way. Looks to be a community that is around Graceway Lane. Areas up in there. That is where that storm that is headed towards the metro is at. So I want to take another look back here at the RDOT headquarters, and we see on the right side of the screen under the RDOT logo, we can see that bit of a wall cloud, that lowering that's associated with the storm coming into the metro. So I'm just going to keep holding on this as it heads into the metro. So again, it's going to be this area right here that is moving towards the metro. This right under the RDOT logo. This is a bit of a wall cloud here, and if there were to be a tornado, it'd be right in here. At this moment, I don't believe that there's a tornado on the ground moving into the metro. And as I said, Springdale Road, it's now headed pretty much directly over them. Let's clear out that drawing because it's now outdated. I want to take a look up here, see where this is, and we can see that it's now getting pretty dang close to Cato. It's going to be Cato Road that it's running pretty much along. And I'll go on ahead and circle that so you can see what I'm talking about. It's going to be this right here, moving towards Cato. Olmsted, Gentry Corner, Zion Hill, Warsaw, the Barger Edition, Canongate Edition, Rolling Hills, Gladewood Edition, all of these areas, this is where that Maumelle storm is headed to. That's that northern Pulaski County storm. I want to take a look down here to the Saline County storm again, and this is where that area of rotation is going to be and where it is headed. So it's going to be headed into the metro from Spring Hill. It's going to be along Hilldale Road, along Spring Hill Road, near David Drive, Strawberry Lane, Spring Hill Circle, Joyce Circle, Hester Road, Brock Road. Looks to be a development along Hardin Drive, Remington Drive, Raymond Lane, Darrell Drive. If I'm calling out these street names and you know them, then that area circulation is right over you, and you need to be taking your precautions. You need to be on the lowest floor, most interior room, away from exterior walls, away from windows, with shoes on your feet. We do have an update on that tornado watch. Let me just quickly read what that update was for. So they have extended the time in areas to include Union, Arkansas, and they have extended the time of Columbia, Hempstead, Lafayette, Miller, and Nevada counties until 9 p.m. So they're probably going to be extending it for these northern areas as well until 9 p.m. Yes, they have included it to be extended until 9 p.m. for Baxter, Clark, Claiborne, Columbia, Conway, Dallas, Faulkner, Fulton, Garland, Grant, Hempstead, Hot Spring, Izard, Lafayette, Miller, where was I? Nevada, Wichita, Perry, Pike, Pulaski, Saline, Stone, Union, and Van Buren counties. Sirens have stopped. They need to continue to sound the sirens. If sirens have stopped, then that is not good, because they need to still be going off. That area of rotation is going to be north of Hillsdale Road, and is going to be still continuing off to the northeast into the metro now. Let's take a look here. I'm going to try and find us a better view here. And it's taken me a moment to find a good view of this, because these cameras are designed to look at roads, not the sky. So here we go. We'll look south from the Big Rock Tower. So the Big Rock Tower is right here, and we're going to look south towards it. And this is where that area of rotation is going to be. So we're going to go ahead and take that look. And what that tornado watch is doing is doing what I said earlier. All right, this area would be off to the right-hand side of the screen. We can barely see it. There's a little bit of rain on the cameras, but it would be below the RDOT camera, or behind the RDOT logo, rather. So that's where that wall cloud would be. we don't have the best views here. Because as I said, these are all built to look at traffic, not the sky. So we can't quite see it, but it would be right back in here if there were anything. All right, so this is probably the best view that we can keep here. And I do see a little bit of rotation right in here where this cloud is blowing off to this direction. I don't know how, I don't have a way of drawing on my screen. Otherwise, I would draw and show you what I'm talking about. Let me take a look here at velocity again. Okay, Pleasant Plains, Pangburn. We need to be watching this area of rotation very intensely. Latona, as this heads up towards you. Batesville, we also need to be watching this area near Concord. So these are not tornado warned currently. We do have other tornado warnings that are taking our focus, but this area moving up towards Batesville, this area headed up towards Pangburn, they need to be watched very, very closely. I imagine the folks at National Weather Service Little Rock are probably taking shelter, and they have just replaced that tornado warning for Maumelle with a severe thunderstorm warning. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning. A tornado watch remains in effect until 9 p.m. for central Arkansas. Tornado watch also remains in effect until midnight for central Arkansas. Odd. Not sure what they mean there. However, they have did that, so they're probably going to be getting ready to cancel this tornado warning. What they're not going to be trying to get rid of is this warning that is moving into Little Rock. This is the most pressing issue as it gets ready to cross over 530, just south of 630. We can see it right here. This is where it would be, right in this area. This is where there would be a tornado if there were to be one, and we're about to get a real good view of it as it comes into frame. If there is a tornado, somebody grab a screenshot of it. If I knew a way to quickly draw on my screen, I would draw what I'm looking at. It's this area right in here. Look right here. This is how I can point.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So we're going to be looking at this area right here as it moves off to the left-hand side of the screen. So we're going to be watching this area right in here. And I'll have to figure out a better way of doing this before next time. It's going to be this area right in here where there would be something. So this is the wall cloud that's moving off to the left. Let's go ahead and take another look here. They have issued another severe thunderstorm warning. It does not have a tornado possible tag on it, so they're probably going to be getting ready to get rid of this other warning. But as of current, if you're in Little Rock, you do still need to stay in your tornado safe place. So we're just continuing to watch this radar, and we're going to go back to the camera view.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So they are replacing them with severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't know if they're getting ready. All right,
New
Little Rock
information.
is
This
no
tornado
longer
warning has been updated.
Little Rock is no longer under a tornado warning. This warning up here is set to expire in 4 minutes, and they are going to let it go away, which means we are no longer going to have any tornado warnings in the state of Arkansas. I say that with some reservations. We do need to watch both of these storms up here, and we need to watch a lot of storms right now. We need to watch this storm right in here. We need to watch this storm right in here. We need to watch this storm in here near Pangburn. We need to watch this area in here near Concord. And I'll show you why. We look at reflectivity, or velocity. We can see that we have this area of rotation in here. We have this area of rotation in here near Pangburn. We're going to scroll down a little bit. We don't have the most intense area of rotation on this storm, but we do have a bit south of 107. And then back down here, we still have this mess near 430 and 630. So we have 4 different areas that we are closely monitoring at this current time. We're going to go back to the camera as we watch this area moving into Little Rock on the upper right-hand side of the screen. So, again, there's no tornado warnings currently active. They might be issuing it for the severe thunderstorm warning. They do have 70-mile-an-hour gusts, which is considerable. That should not activate your wireless emergency alerts. If it goes up to 80 miles an hour, it will. But there is no tornado warning for Little Rock. However, we are going to stay with this and monitor it just as it continues. We're also concerned about this area moving out towards Cabot, Austin, Ward, and Beebe. Looking at reflectivity, we can see that that looks mean. All right, that just downright looks mean. Looking at it on velocity, we can see, yeah, they're going to need to reissue another tornado warning here soon for Cabot, Austin, Ward, Beebe. I'm going to go ahead and say that if you're in those areas, let's start headed to shelter. If you know people in that area, let's start calling them. We're going to try changing camera views over to look at that storm. That's going to be up near Cabot. We need one looking west from Cabot, or south from Cabot. Okay, and here's a pretty good view. You've already been seeing that. Here's a pretty good view of that wall cloud as it comes into the Cabot area. We are going to quickly look and see what we are. There's that new tornado warning that they have issued for Ward, Beebe, McRae, Garner, all the way up to Searcy. So this is a tornado warning that goes all the way up to Searcy. If you know anybody in Searcy, let's go ahead and give them a call. Let them know, hey, there's a tornado headed up towards you. Searcy proper is somewhat included in it. Harding University is not included in it, but at this rate, go ahead and take shelter. Same with folks in Kensett. They have issued another severe thunderstorm warning.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That's going to be they just mentioned it there. That's going to be for this one for Pangburn all the way up to Pleasant Plains and Batesville. That is going to have a tornado possible tag on it. But we are currently most concerned about this area. My circle is now outdated as it gets ready to go through Camelot Acres, McDermott Addition, Country Road Estates, Barrentine Corner, and up to BB.
A new radar.
We're going to circle that there. We're going to take a look at correlation coefficient. I don't think that's presently on the ground, but it's very... Let's put that in motion and see. Let's pull that up over here. Let's put that in motion. To see if there is in fact a tornado on the ground. Not that I'm seeing here. We're going to get rid of that view. This right here is where that would be. So this is Locust Street. We're going to see if we can't find a bit of a better view. Probably not going to be able to get one. I'm going to pull up radar until we get a better one. Okay, this is a pretty decent one. This is at Willie Ray Drive. We're going to go ahead and take that one live. This is that storm that is moving off towards Searcy. So on the left side of the screen is where that area of rotation is, that circulation. We can see that wall cloud. One moment, I'm going to just quickly get another notification going out. One moment. And again, we do have a tornado warning for BB for all the way up to Searcy. And looking at it, we might have a correlation. Oh, God, that might be on the ground. Yeah, I think there's a tornado that is on the ground. It is not yet confirmed, but if you know folks in Searcy, you need to give them a call and make sure that they are in shelter right now. Let's see, there's a new update here. This is a Weather Spotters confirmed tornado. Just texting my roommate telling him to call his folks in Searcy because he's from that area. This area is going to be just south of Highway 64, going through Camelot Acres near the Shirley Field Airport. Going to be going near the Cypress Creek Airport. This is a tornado that is on the ground. We can see that there is a significant debris signature here. This is likely a very large tornado that is on the ground. We're going to take a look here.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated. Warning.
So we're going to keep...
special event has been reported.
If there were to be a tornado on the ground, it would be on the ground in front of us here. I can't visibly see it, but if you are in the warning area, you do need to be taking your precautions right now. Seeking shelter immediately. This is a confirmed tornado. I would not be surprised to see this go into a particularly dangerous situation type tornado. If it does go into this is not a good situation here. We're going to take another look at correlation coefficient because at this point, this is the best way to track it as it moves across Arkansas 319 and Arkansas Highway 5. So this is a tornado that is on the ground. So if you are in Searcy, if you know someone in Searcy, they need to be in shelter right now.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So we're looking back at it right now as it moves towards Searcy. So we're going to try and pull it up here and get a better location on it. It's going to be right along Arkansas Highway 319 where it meets with Arkansas Highway 5, and it runs alongside Lewisburg Road. So right where all these roads come together is where that's going to be. It just went over Shirley Field Airport. I'm going to see if we can't get a little bit of a better view on it. I'm going to keep this up for right now with that blue dot. So this blue dot right here is where that tornado is, and it is directly over the Cypress Creek Airport. So directly over the Cypress Creek Airport is where this area would be. And I'm trying to get us a better view here. So this is the best view that we have of it. We can see that this is a very large lowering there. It is that entire thing back there is spinning. So this is very likely a tornado that is on the ground doing damage. We know that it's doing damage based on the debris that's being lofted on radar. We can see that it is spinning and rotating. And this is going to be waiting for the next update, but this is going to be pushing off towards Opal along US 64. Around US 64, if you're near it, where it meets with, I'm trying to get some other names, near Swinging Bridge Road, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. This is still a damaging tornado. So this area of circulation, I'm going to again circle it. That's that debris ball that's being lofted. And this is moving off to the northeast, so along US 64, moving up to I-57. So anyone in Beebe, McRae, Garner, Higginson, Searcy, Kensett, you all need to be in your tornado safe places right now.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And I'm trying to get me a little bit of a better view here.
This tornado warning has been updated.
All right, so here we have a better view from the other side of the street, other side of the interstate. We can see that there is a lowering back here. This is where that tornado would be, back in this area. This is a very large wall cloud, and there is a tornado somewhere in this, somewhere in there. And I'm trying to look for any kind of signs of a tornado extending to the ground. There might be something back here extending to the ground. I just can't completely verify it because there are trees in the way. But if you are in the track of this thing, in the path of this thing, you do need to be taking shelter right now. We're going to take another look here at the at radar, see if we don't have an update anywhere. Okay, it's taking a minute to load, so we're just going to go back to the to this view until we get a better view of, or get until our radar loads. So this is where that tornado is going to be, moving along I-57. This is I-57, that traffic that we're seeing, that's I-57 in the foreground with that tornado behind it. All right, there's that updated location. It's going to be along 319. It's going to be north of Dogwood Airport, Lewisburg Road. It's going to be south of 64, but it's headed towards 64. Arthur Kirk Road, Gillum Road. Anyone in that area needs to be taking tornado precautions right now. We're going to take another look at velocity. This is where it's going to be. It's going to be crossing into White County right now. It's crossing into White County from Lone Oak. We'll go on ahead and circle that. We'll take a look at it on correlation coefficient. That lines up 1, 1, meaning that is exactly where that correlation coefficient, that is exactly where the velocity is. And if we look at reflectivity, that is exactly where the hook is. This is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground, that is doing damage and lofting debris. So this is going to be a very dangerous situation. I'm surprised that this hasn't gone to a particularly dangerous situation yet. If it has, then I'm not seeing that it has. But I would not be surprised if it goes to that. And if it does go to that, then our colors here will go from red to pink. We're just waiting for that to come out. So I want to go on ahead and follow this along with radar, see where it is, and I want to try and warn people ahead of it. So again, Arthur Kirk Road, Gillum Road, US 64, Ridge Road. There's our new update. It's going to be right here crossing into White County, right near Arthur Kirk Road and Gillum Road, Swinging Bridge Road, Vernon Harvey Road, heading up to Stony Point Road, Ridge Road, eventually into Antioch and Essex along State Highway 31, State Highway 267. So we're going to take another look at correlation coefficient, and we can see that this is still producing debris. I want to take another look back here at the camera, and we're going to be looking back at the storm. We do have that wall cloud right there. I cannot see if there is condensation or a funnel that extends all the way to the ground, but we do have that wall cloud on the other side of 57 from this camera. And I don't want to miss anything else. I'm just going to quickly take a look. Again, not a fan of this in Pleasant Plains, but right now this is by far the most dangerous situation we've had all day. Heading up to Opal along US 64. So I'm just going to let this play a bit because it can speak better than I can. This video is telling us exactly what is happening, better than I can tell us what's happening. And so this is going to be continuing to go north, approaching Arkansas 31, Arkansas 305, Arkansas 267. So this is going to be crossed over 64 now. It's going to be in this area. I'll go on ahead and zoom in here and get some street names. So it's going to be around Ridge Road. Let me find some other ones. Sandy Ford Road. Turkey Mountain Road. I want to take a look at correlation coefficient. We can see that we still have some debris being lofted in there. I'm not sure if it's still presently on the ground or if that's debris fallout. So this is going to be near Ridge Road, headed up to Antioch, the Antioch bypass, Arkansas 31, up towards Floyd, Arkansas 305, out towards Peanut Ridge Road, Shiloh Road, Byers Road, Webb Hill Road, Blue Hole Road, Webb Hill Road, and Highway 267. So we're going to continue watching this. I also don't want to lose sight on anything else that's happening in the state. We do have a special weather statement down there for Columbia County. We do have weather just south of Arkansas. But currently our most pressing issue by far is this tornado warning that is continuing to track up towards Searcy. This tornado would be along Sandy Ford Road and Turkey Mountain Road, right near the intersection there, and it's continuing to move to the northeast up towards Arkansas 31, near the intersection of Hefner Road and the intersection of R.V. Powell Road, Olwell Road, and areas along 31.
Has been updated.
They have now taken this tornado to be a... wait, is that a new tornado warning, or have they just downgraded that? It's still showing on here as a weather spotter confirmed tornado. However, I believe they might have just trimmed it and updated it, in which case the radar is lagging behind a bit. But as of current, if you are in this red polygon, you do need to be taking shelter. And again, that tornado would be around Sandy Ford Road and Turkey Mountain Road, moving northeast, moving up towards... these roads aren't populating... having trouble here, one moment. Moving up towards Red Rock Road, eventually over towards Louis Pruitt Road. It should stay to the north of Louis Pruitt Road, but this is heading dangerously close to Arkansas Highway 31 near the intersection of Hefner Road, R.V. Powell Road, and Olwell Road. So here's where that tornado is going to be, continuing to head up right towards Antioch. So Sandy Ford Road and Arkansas 31. Here's another update. It's going to be passing really close to Antioch, right near the intersection of Pruitt Lane and Arkansas 31. Smith's Lane. Let me see some other street names here. Lyles Road. It's going to be moving very close to Antioch. And this is going to be still continuing up to the northeast, up towards Searcy. I'm going to see if we can still see anything on this camera view. If we do, it's going to be on the right-hand side of the screen. As you can see, that lowering there might not be too well presented. So it could very well be falling apart, as we've been seeing on radar. It's not as intense as it was, but still, this is a very dangerous situation. And again, there's going to be crossing Arkansas Highway 31, moving up towards Blue Hole Road, Webb Hill Road, Shiloh Road, Twitty Road, Peanut Ridge Road, Copper Springs Road, Wooten Lane. All of these road names, if I'm saying them and you know them, then it's probably too close to you and you need to be taking your tornado precautions. It is now crossing over 31 as we speak. I want to take a look at reflectivity. Reflectivity is kind of lagging behind a bit from where the area of circulation is, but that is a good sign. That means that this is we're starting to broaden out. So we're starting to see less. We're starting to see it broaden out a bit. So it could either be cycling or it could just be falling apart. I hope it's doing the latter, but it could be doing the former. And if it's doing the former, then that's going to be putting it down closer to Beebe, McRae, Griffithville, Georgetown, West Point. Right now, those areas should be in the clear. Garner, you are not in the clear. You need to stay in your tornado safe spot. But Beebe should be in the clear. Georgetown is in the clear. Searcy, it's coming towards you.
A new radar indicated
so we do have a new tornado warning.
Issued.
That's going to be... All right, we're going to have to restart this program here because it is not loading properly. It's been open for about 5 hours now, so give it a moment. There we go. So we do have a tornado warning for Pleasant Plains up to Newark. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. It's radar indicated. Let me get my draw. tool back on here. It's going to be for this area directly over Pleasant Plains. It's going to be along Arkansas Highway 71 or Floral Road, heading over Batesville Boulevard and US 167. It's going to be moving off to the northeast towards Oil Trough, Newark, Tuckerman, Swifton, and areas off to the northeast of Pleasant Plains. That's going to be some pretty intense rotation as it crosses over Blackland Road, Arkansas Highway 157. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient. Not seeing that it's presently on the ground. We were warning about this storm earlier. This storm is going to be headed off to the north, and it looks quite dangerous. However, this storm down here is also still quite dangerous, and it's headed off towards Searcy. So I don't want to lose focus on either one of these storms. So this storm near Pleasant Plains is going to be right along 157 at the intersection of Union Hill Road, and it's going to be moving off to the northeast towards Cornerstone Road in the intersection of 157. It's also going to be moving out towards the areas of Hideout Road and Doglick Cutoff. Maple Springs and Oil Trough, it is headed out towards you. So Oil Trough is next in line to have this tornado go near it. Looking towards Searcy, the Searcy storm, I want to take a look here.
Severe thunderstorm
Not seeing a correlation coefficient. This storm has seemingly fallen apart a bit on reflectivity as well. However, back up towards Oil Trough, Pleasant Plains, this storm is looking quite intense. So this storm is going to be for Independence, Newark, Swifton, Tuckerman, and eventually it would be out towards Walnut Ridge. And this area is going to be directly over Pleasant Plains, moving off to the northeast. We're going to get a track on it. We do have tornado reported via ham radio. That's from that Searcy storm. I'm going to switch over to correlation to velocity, get a storm track on this, moving at 45 miles an hour. Moving at 45 miles an hour, so I'm about to start calling out some street names. If you are here typing stuff, get ready to type a good bit. Oil Trough at 7:35, Newark at 7:40, Mount Carmel at 7:43, Elgin at 7:42, Hazel Grove at 7:56, Tuckerman same time 7:56, Swifton at 8:05, Alicia at 8:12. Swifton and Alicia are not in this. Tuckerman, you are in this. Diaz, you are not in this. There's probably some storm anxiety and fatigue going on there. You are not included in this. I want to take another look back here at the Searcy storm. We can still see... Never mind. No, we cannot. So we can't see that anymore there.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
So this is a very intense storm here. This could potentially be on the ground. I don't want to pull the trigger on that yet and say so. But this is moving up towards Oil Trough. If you know anybody in Oil Trough, you need to call them. Let them know. Say, hey, this is a very dangerous storm headed towards you. And we've been going for about 3 hours, 30 minutes at this point. So my voice is starting to get to a point where it is not enjoying this. So I'm going to be pausing a little bit more frequently and taking sips of water. But this storm is near Pleasant Plains, headed up towards Oil Trough, Newark, portions of Jacksonport. You're going to be very close to it. Tuckerman is included in the warning. You're on the fringes of the polygon, but you are in the polygon, so you do need to treat it like you are and take shelter. I want to take a look back down here for the Garner, McRae, Higginson, and Searcy storm. They have not extended it to include all of Searcy. However, that area of rotation, I don't believe is currently on the ground. I will still call out names, though. It's going to appears to be near Shallow Road, Peanut Ridge Road, Byars Road, as long as Mount Olive Road, Blue Hole Road, Northern Water Trail. That's going to be headed up towards Searcy. They have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for it, near it. This is where that area of rotation is going to be. It's going to be right along Hideout Road, moving off to the northeast towards Oil Trough in Arkansas 14. So Oil Trough, Newark, all the way up to Tuckerman, going in, seek shelter.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And want to still zoom in on this storm over here, waiting for the next update. We should be getting the next radar update in about a minute, waiting for that to come in. So once we get that, we'll be able to tell you where these storms are and where they're headed again. All right, so that storm for Cersei has been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. They do not have a tornado possible tag on it. I want to look at reflectivity. They're probably going to want to add that just based off of reflectivity, but I'll let them make that call. That is for White County until until 8:15. Couldn't see that there. For heading up to Highway 14 in Oil Trough, this area of rotation is going to be right over Hideout Way or Hideout Road, and it is looking like it's trying to develop. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this area up here with a tornado possible tag. That is for Smithville, Strawberry, as well as Cave City.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So that's going to be for this area right in here where a tornado is possible. Let's look at reflectivity. We can see that it does not have that hook echo that all these other storms are trying to get going. If we were looking at just reflectivity, the most pressing storm would be this area headed south of Cersei and this area near Oil Trough. And one of them was tornado warned, did produce a tornado, and the other one is currently tornado warned and could produce a tornado. So I want to take a look at this a little bit closer in, and we can see that it's coming up very closely to dangerously close to Oil Trough. Let me see if we can't get us a better camera view. So I want to try and get us a better camera view for the Oil Trough storm. See if we can get us a better view.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So this camera is just on the other side of Newport. So we would be looking back quite a ways for it. Very cloudy back there. I'm not seeing anything that would indicate a tornado that's presently on the ground, but again, it's very hard to see from this distance. So what we're going to do, we're just going to keep this up in the background. We'll keep coming back to it routinely, checking in on it. I want to show you where that is in relation to that rotation, though. So that rotation, or that camera, is going to be back in here, looking this way, and that rotation is going to be in here along Arkansas 157, moving northeast towards Arkansas 14. And that very well could be on the ground. I think that might be a tornado on the ground getting ready to cross over Arkansas 14, moving towards Newark. So, people in Newark, you need to be taking shelter now. So again, this is likely a tornado that is on the ground moving towards Newark, moving towards Tuckerman. Moving dangerously close to Oil Trough along Arkansas Highway 14.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
I'm going to keep bouncing back and forth between these storms just so I can make sure I don't miss anything. But this storm is going to, let me get some street names here. This is going to be near Jane Road, Maple Spring Access Road, Maple Springs Road, Spring Lane, another spring lane that I guess loops back around. But this is where that area of rotation is going to be. It's going to be near Goody Creek Road. near Wyatt Cemetery. Maple Springs Access Road again. Near all of that, near Arkansas 14, continuing to move off to the northeast. I want to take a look down here, make sure we're not missing anything. That tornado warning for Searcy has been lifted. There is no tornado warning for Searcy. The only tornado warning in the state is this one near Maple Springs and Old Trough, moving up towards Newark. So if you know anyone in Newark, you need to call them, let them know, hey, stay away. Or stay away from the outside walls, get shelter. You can see that it's even getting stronger by the second. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient. That is 100% on the ground. Surprised they have not taken this to be a confirmed tornado warning. They might have just did that. Let me check and see. No, this is still a radar indicated tornado according to them, but we have debris that tells me otherwise. This is moving towards Newark and then up into Independence County. So this is a very intense looking storm. A very
New information.
mean
This
looking
tornado
storm.
warning has been updated.
Still radar indicated though. And I also still don't trust that storm that's getting ready to head over Searcy. But my biggest concern is this storm near Old Trough. If we line it up, we're no longer seeing that correlation coefficient lining up directly with velocity. But we can take a look at velocity and see that's right in here, moving directly towards Newark. If you know anyone in Newark, they need to be taking shelter right now. It's going to be headed up towards the intersection of Arkansas 69 and Arkansas 122. Moving into Newark. I could start calling out city streets in Newark, but it's kind of pointless when the entire city needs to be taking shelter right now. So this is going to be headed up. Tuckerman has been trimmed out of this, so it's still going to be headed towards Cord, Elgin, Mount Zion, Lockhart, eventually Swifton, and Alicia. Take a look here. I'm not seeing that debris signature. Let's take a look at the reflectivity. It's starting to get a lot more messy, but this storm near Searcy is starting to try and wrap up again. So storm near Searcy is trying to wrap up again. All right, so if you are in Searcy or near Searcy, you might want to go ahead and take your tornado precautions. Storm near Searcy is trying to wrap up again. Judsona, Bald Knob.
Warning, a new special event has been reported.
And that storm near Searcy is trying to wrap up again. So if you are in Searcy, Kensett, Judsona, Bald Knob, consider taking shelter again. Back up here to Newark, this storm is going to be coming directly into town here momentarily. We do not We do not have any indication that it is presently on the ground, but it very well could be. I want to take a look back at our camera here that we've been trying to watch. I'm going to wait for it to update here. In fact, I might have to minimize it and pull it up again. Here we are. Not seeing where it would be presently on the ground. This area near Searcy, though, is concerning me a lot. This is possibly a tornado directly over Searcy. There's a new update coming in here. It is fluctuating a bit, but we can see that that hook is still present over Searcy. I'm going to call some street names. That's Booth Road, Country Club Road, all the way out to Arkansas 36. Around Arkansas 13, you got some communities here along Saddlebrook Road, Stone Hedge Drive, Brookhaven Road, Rosedale Road, Carter Road, Pinewood, Bristlecone Road, Walrose Circle, and the West Side Elementary School. So I want to look at Newark again, see where this is moving into.
New information.
There's
This
a new
severe
thunderstorm
thunderstorm
warning.
warning has been updated.
But taking a look here, I want to see for any correlation coefficient drops. Not seeing anything. But that is still very intense looking on velocity. And those are two areas that I'm concerned about. Is this area moving into Newark and this area directly over Searcy. I'm going to take another look back here, see if we can see anything at all, and cannot. And we can see there's a new update with it being directly over Newark. Not seeing a correlation coefficient to line up with it being on the ground, but that area of rotation is directly over Newark. So Newark High School along West 4th Street, 3rd Street, Oak Street, that's exactly where that area of circulation is lining up to be. Back down here for Searcy, though, that area of rotation is lining up to be along Skyline Drive near Southwest Middle School. A lot of homes in here. Weatherstone, Whippoorwill, all the way over to Stony Brook Lane, Wood Lane Drive. So we're just trying to keep this in mind because this is really trying to ramp up here over Searcy. So looking back here, it's going to be directly over Newark. We could zoom all the way in here to see 122, Arkansas Highway 122. Jetting off to the north, it's going to be along North Locust Street, around East 9th Street, East 10th Street, Barber Street, and Dalton Lane. I don't believe that this is on the ground because if this were a tornado going over a town like this, over a city, we'd be seeing it on correlation coefficient, but we're not seeing that. But I do want to take a look back down here to the Searcy storm. Not seeing any correlation coefficient on that either, but we do see that this still has a hook echo, a well-defined hook. I also want to jump down south a bit further, just keep looking around, make sure that we're not missing anything. And this Newark storm is still the most concerning in my opinion. But this one near Searcy still needs to be watched. And it's ramping up even more, the Newark storm, as it crosses Galloway Road. That could be on the ground. That could also be contamination there. Reason I say it could be contamination, we do have some hail to the south of it that is in the way of the radar, so we can't tell for sure if that is on the ground there. And there's an update there, and that's immediately gone. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that was contamination we were seeing. And we've been live now for 3 hours 45 minutes as we track the severe weather across Arkansas. So I'll just want to quickly take a step back and see what we have where it's headed, and what's going on, right? So we do have this severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Pocahontas. That's going to be for this area north of Strawberry, where this area of rotation exists near Jessup. That's going to be along Arkansas Highway 17, south of Arkansas 115. All right, we're also going to have this tornado warning for Newark. It is moving out of Newark, moving off to the northeast, up towards Tuckerman. Elgin, eventually Swifton, and Alicia. That is headed to the northeast. It's going to be south of Arkansas 122 and to the west, north of Arkansas 69. We are also watching this area near Searcy. It's on the north end of Searcy.
A new severe thunderstorm
It's going to be north of Arkansas 13, and it's going to be moving off to the northeast as well. It's going to be north of CW Road near Main Street at the intersection of Riverside Park Road. That's going to be headed off to the northeast as well. We can look at reflectivity. We can see that there is a hook echo trying to form there, and that would be headed off towards Bald Knob and Judsona. Does not have a tornado warning on it. I want to continue looking all around. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning that is expected to expire in 3 minutes. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning, which is expected to expire in 33 minutes. Neither one of these are tornado possible, and they do not have rotation on them. That's just for residual. The line of storms that's moving through that is bringing this severe weather. So I just want to quickly clear people as well. If you are to the west of this line, this black line that I just drew, hold on a minute, let me restart because it got messed up. If you are to the west
special event has
of this black line that I'm drawing, you are clear. So that's going to be everybody out here. Everyone out here, you are clear. Little Rock, you still have about maybe 15 more minutes. We're waiting for this storm right here to go away. But our main concerns is this storm near Searcy, our storm near Newark, and our storm near Pocahontas, or headed to Pocahontas. This storm near Newark, this is the area of rotation. It's going to be near Arkansas Highway 122 and the intersection of Old River Road near Marshall Road and Galloway Road. That's going to be that area circulation. I want to look south again towards this area near north of Searcy. That's going to be along Salem Church Road as it heads up to Cedar Corner Road. That's going to be tracking off towards Bald Knob. So if you're in Bald Knob or know anyone up there, you need to give them a call and say, hey, this storm needs to be monitored closely. It is a severe thunderstorm warning, does not have a tornado possible tag on it somehow, despite it looking like this on reflectivity. And again, this is where that area of rotation would be, and if we check velocity, that lines up pretty dang well. We're going to take a look at correlation coefficient. I'm not seeing anything to indicate that there is a tornado presently on the ground with Newark. However, velocity is still quite intense, and we need to continue monitoring that as it moves up towards Swifton and Alicia. Searcy as well. Let's check correlation coefficient. There is some CC drop, but that is all in the clear slot. So that is not debris that's being lofted. That's just contamination. But I'm going to step away for about maybe 45 seconds. So I will be right back in just a moment. I'm going to leave you on this camera from Newport as we look back towards this storm moving near Newark. All right, sorry about that. This is a one-man show, and I've been talking for 4 hours, and I needed something to drink. Um, Taking a look back here, we do have some updates too. I believe that's the watches getting updated. No, what's that being updated? Special weather statements coming out. Those will be popping up here shortly. The storm north of Cersei, I'm still getting really concerned about it. This is going to be moving towards Judsonia, Bald Knob, 23, Keeler Corner, Bradford. I want to see if we can't get a view of this. Okay, we are going to be able to get a view. This is from Bald Knob. Let me show you first what we're looking at. So we're going to be right here, looking in this direction, and this is where that rotation is going to be, right?
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
That's them trimming this tornado warning down. It's still radar indicated, but first I want to take a look at this on cameras. Oh, there it is. So if there were to be anything, it would be right back in here. So that we can see a bit of a wall cloud here. I'm not sure how well you can see it. Let me turn on my pointer thing here. You can kind of see it right in here. This is that wall cloud with the edge being right in here, and it is moving off to this direction. So we're just going to keep monitoring this storm and continuing to keep an eye on this. We're watching it on both radar and camera. Camera gives us a ground truth. It's better than any radar because it tells us with 100% accuracy what's happening. This camera does.
Warning,
so
a new special
we're going to continue to watch this. I want to take another look up here, make sure we're not missing anything with this. This is just turning into a blob of rain and it's starting to die out. The biggest concern that I have is this storm between Cersei and Bald Knob. So I want to keep an eye on this on cameras because this is a storm that if it does anything, this is what it's going to do. Or if anything is going to do something, it's going to be this one. So we see that wall cloud at the top left-hand side of the screen. Right up in this area. 1 minute, and we'll right up in here. This is where that would be. Just to be clear, there's not a tornado warning for this storm. The only tornado warning we do have is going to be for the one headed up towards Swifton. This is set to expire in 11 minutes. Looking at reflectivity, I wouldn't do it. Looking at velocity, I would extend it. I would extend it up to Swifton, Alicia, possibly even Walnut Ridge and Sedgwick. But I'd still want to look at this area north of 57 between Cersei and Bald Knob, which is exactly what we're looking at on this camera here. We see some lightning flashing there on one side of the screen. And so we are continuing to watch this storm as it tries to develop. And we have people driving down the interstate towards the storm that they don't know is trying to form a tornado because there is no tornado warning on it. And that's where it would be, right in there. And this is where that camera is. And we're looking right back at it. So we're just going to continue watching back here to see if anything does form. I just saw a lightning strike back there. We do have a bit of a well-defined base in this area right here, from about right here to over here. So we're just very closely watching this storm. So we're just continuing to watch this. And I want to check again. I'm really surprised there's not a tornado warning on this. Looking up here at the northern storm, this northern storm probably should not be warned, but this southern storm, getting ready to go near Bald Knob, this needs to go warned. It's going to be crossing very close to this camera. Oh, that was a close lightning strike. Yeah, I'm surprised that this is not tornado warned. Um, as it tracks off to Bald Knob, Russell, Bradford. Want to take a look at this storm up here. This is going very broad. There's that new tornado warning. It does include Bradford, Weldon, Tupelo, all of I-57 headed up to Newport. Newport is not included in this. This is going to be crossing directly over Arkansas 258 right now, ready to cross over 167, US 167. That's going to be for this storm that we are looking at right in front of us on the screen. So if you are in this polygon, you do need to be taking shelter right now. So we're just going to keep an eye on this.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And I'm just going to push out another update about this because it has gone warned again. So we're just going to keep watching this storm. We'll take a look on, yeah, man, it's right there. It's on the north end of Bald Knob, near 167 and Prince Cemetery Road, Indian Trail, Hammock Road. This one up here, they have updated it. It is set to expire in 5 minutes. It still has very broad rotation. We'll see if they continue it into Swifton and Alicia. I don't think they will, but we will see. Bald Knob in Russell. Yeah, Bald Knob, Russell, Bradford. Y'all need to be in your tornado safe spots right now. I'm going to switch a camera back up here. Let's see if we can look at Bradford or Russell looking south. What about this? Does that look south for us? No, Bradford does. All right, so we'll take a look at Bradford here. It's not going to be the best of views, but what I'll show you is we're looking right here. We're looking southbound, and this is where that tornado is, and it's headed towards it, towards our camera. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the camera here. And so we'll just continue to monitor the camera and the radar on this tornado. And I just want to make sure we're not missing anything else. So the primary threat currently in Arkansas is going to be this storm right here. This is moving up towards Bradford and eventually will be near Newport and Diaz. So I'm going to take a look at reflectivity, show you exactly where this is. We'll start on velocity. We'll go ahead and circle it. And if we show you on reflectivity, you can see that's right there where that hook echo is trying to form up at. If you look at correlation coefficient, I don't know about that. I'm not a fan of that look. That very well could be a tornado on the ground there. That very well could be a tornado on the ground there. I don't want to say that that is in fact a tornado on the ground yet, but that very well could be a tornado on the ground.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And I'm going to switch down to Russell. We'll be... So this is the backside of that storm. You can see that people are starting to pull over now, take shelter, at least the best they can. But I do want to take a look at Russell. This is looking north, so we're going to need one that looks south. So this is what we've got here. We'll wait a little bit. We'll switch over to Russell, get the back end of the view here, a back end view of it. Yeah, and I'm not seeing that debris anymore here, so I'm not thinking that it was on the ground. So fortunately, I don't think it was on the ground. And we have just hit the 4-hour mark of being live here. We went live at 2 o'clock on the dot with a tornado warning out in Minna. And then we had to take a little bit of a break because there was nothing going on. And then we started getting tornado warnings back. But yeah, it has been quite the afternoon here. And we are continuing with this. So this is going to be near 23, headed up to Bradford. And now on velocity, it is not looking as intense as it once was. But that area of rotation would be right in here. So it's going to be around US 167 and Honeysuckle Road, near Russell Mountain Road, near Brimmer Loop, and B&D Lane. Going to be headed up towards Strawberry Road and Russell Mountain Road. We'll be headed out towards Homestead Lane, Wadley Road, Hillcrest Road, Deer Run Road, Rock Crusher Road, Herd Cemetery, Velvet Ridge Road, Roundup Lane, and eventually Arkansas State 87 and Bradford. And so this is going to be just north of 23, north of Russell Mountain Road, right around 167 and Glaze Mason Road, Honey Holler Road, Fire Tower Road, and areas around here. Glaze Loop.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning that's going to include Swifton, Alicia, Minturn. I've never heard of that community before.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Apparently there's some stuff there. On all the way out to Hoxie and Walnut Ridge, College City as well. So this is going to be pushing off into the Northeast. The Northeast has been hit hard by tornadoes this year so far. Most of our tornadoes that we've had in Arkansas have been in Northeast Arkansas. So this is going to be for up here. Let's go ahead and take a look. It is radar indicated. Correlation coefficient wise, not seeing it. It's so far away from radar that it's a bit difficult to see. This one is going to be passing pretty close to Russell, dangerously close to Russell. Russell Mountain Road and US 167, Honeysuckle Road. These are all of the communities. Albert Hill Road, Strawberry Road. These are the streets that are passing, the circulation's passing dangerously close to. So we're going to switch over to the Russell radar, or Russell camera looking northbound. And we'll be able to see something if it passes by. It will pass by in this trajectory. And we're right here looking north. So we're going to be taking this camera for a moment, and we'll be looking north for a moment. And so we are just continuing to look north here from, where are we at? From Russell, trying to see as the storm passes by. I look at it on reflectivity because velocity is not showing the best, which is a good sign. There's where it would be. It would be going just north of this camera that we are watching. So we need to be watching the left side of this camera. We just saw a lightning strike, I believe. That could have also been a power flash, but I'm pretty sure there was lightning. So we are continuing to watch this camera here at Russell, looking northbound towards where that tornado would be. If there were to be one on the ground, we cannot confirm that there's one on the ground. We have not seen the correlation coefficient drop to indicate that there's one, and the velocity signature has also weakened
a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
That is a bit delayed there. No, it actually isn't. That's for this storm near Imboden, headed up to Pocahontas. We are so far from the radar. I hate how far we are from the radar out in this area. We'll take a look from Memphis. We can see that that area is going to be right in here, headed up towards US 62, headed towards Pocahontas. And if we take a look down here at this storm, headed towards Alicia, we can get a better look at it. See that it is near Jackson County Road 72. Jackson County 72, Jackson County Jackson County Road 171 is where that storm is also at. So we have 3 tornado warnings across the state, a series of severe thunderstorm warnings, and a series of special weather statements. But the 3 tornado warnings we have currently are all along the I-57 corridor. stretching from Pocahontas down to Bald Knob. We'll go one by one from the north to the south. The first one is going to be for this area near Pocahontas, moving towards Pocahontas. It's going to be, let me circle this, it's going to be this area and this area. There's actually two separate areas of rotation here. I'll take a look at reflectivity. I'm honestly not sure which one would be the most pressing because of just how far away this is from radar, but we'll still call out street names around both of them. I see Fairview Road and I see Squirrel Road. So Fairview Road, Squirrel Road, where they meet, just north of that is where that first area is. The other area is going to be around Arkansas 166 and Crenshaw Road, headed up towards Hoffman Road, Collins Road, Bibbs Road, and Harmony Road. The other one is going to be down here near Alicia, headed towards Alicia and Walnut Ridge. Here's an update that is quite some intense rotation just north of Jackson County Road 72, nearing the intersection of Jackson County Road 70 and Jackson County Road 630, Jackson County Road 87 near Shell Cemetery. That's in northern Jackson County, moving into Lawrence County.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And the southern area of rotation is going to be just near Bradford along Highway 87. We'll switch over to the Little Rock radar for this to get a better view of it. Yeah, just along Bradford of US 87, right over Bradford, in fact. So pretty much all of Bradford needs to be in your tornado safe spot, all the way out to Ingleside, where 57 meets 224. So we are watching 3 more tornado warnings. As I said, we have them for the northern one is headed towards Pocahontas. The southern one is headed, or the middle one's headed towards Walnut Ridge, and the southern one is headed towards Newport. So Pocahontas, Maynard, Biggers, Reno, Success. Call people in those areas, let them know, hey, this tornado warning looks pretty intense and it's headed towards you. Walnut Ridge, College City, Portia, Minoterne, Alicia. Call people in that area, say, hey, this tornado looks pretty intense and it's headed towards you. Newport, they are not in a warning. Call them, let them know, hey, there's a tornado down to your south headed towards you, and you might be put under a tornado warning, so you need to be paying attention. Let me take a look here. We're not seeing anything there. I want to get us a better view, see if we can't get anything in Pocahontas. We have one at Black Rock. That's not going to show us anything. All right, so this is 226, as I mentioned, facing north. So, where was that? Ah, okay, that's the Cache exit. Right. So looking north from Cache, we'll be looking up towards that Alicia storm. So we're right here looking north, and that's where that area is. So we'll be looking north towards it. If a tornado is on the ground, it'd be somewhere out in this area. So the good part about this part of Arkansas is it's flat. So if there is a tornado, we should be able to see it. We'll at minimum see power flashes. So we're just trying to take a look here, wait a bit, and see if we can see it. That was a big lightning strike there.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So this storm near Bradford seems to have been cycled down here to West Point. Interesting. So we'll need to be keeping an eye on that. But still my biggest concern is this headed towards Walnut Ridge near Alicia. And then we also have that area in Pocahontas. Let's take a look at the Alicia camera. Does that look north? That does look north. So if we do have a tornado near Alicia, we should be able to see it as it heads north on the left-hand side of the screen. Just realized I had the radar screen up still. Yeah, we'll be looking off to the left side of the screen here for a tornado from the Alicia camera. And we are continuing to watch this storm near Alicia. And that's going to be headed up towards Walnut Ridge. And then we have one in Pocahontas potentially. I want to see if we can't get we don't have any cameras in Pocahontas. So the best view of any tornado that we would be having would be this camera right here looking towards a storm passing close to Alicia. And there's an update on this. This one is a radar indicated. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
They have updated this tornado warning up here. It is still a radar indicated tornado, and we are still looking at the camera footage of it from here. If we were to see a tornado, it would be on the left side of the screen here. Because that camera that we are looking at is positioned at this exit looking north, and that area of rotation is right here moving in this direction. That is currently my most pressing storm that I'm watching.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
And that is them updating this one.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, our alerts are a little bit delayed right now. Yeah, this is still the most concerning area of rotation here. That, I don't think that's on the ground, but I'm not comfortable saying that it's not. So right now I'm just trying to save my voice a little bit because I can feel that I'm starting to lose it. So I'm trying to talk a little bit less than I have been. We still have this tornado warning that is headed towards Walnut Ridge and Hoxie. We also have this area of rotation directly over Pocahontas. I do not see any correlation coefficient to indicate that it is on the ground over Pocahontas. I also don't see that there is any indication that it is on the ground over north of Alicia. However, that area of rotation is quite intense. And let me switch back over to the Memphis radar. As it gets ready to cross over Arkansas 228 near 367. So I'll go on ahead and circle that. And it's getting ready to travel up 367 towards Walnut Ridge. I'm going to see if we can't get a camera in Walnut Ridge looking south, perhaps. That's not going to give us the best of views because of how rain-wrapped this is, but we will still take it. So if there were to be a tornado at this point, it would be on the right-hand side of the screen. I want to show you where this camera is and what it's looking at. This camera would be right here, and it's looking in this direction. And this storm is in this area, moving off to the northeast. So it's moving pretty much directly towards this storm, or directly towards this camera. So we're just going to continue staying with this, watching it, seeing what happens with it. I want to take a look back here at this storm that was near Bradford, see if it is still on the ground or not. There is a bit of rotation near Possum Grape. Right in here, still moving off to the northeast towards Newport. They do have a severe thunderstorm warning for it now. You're on Walnut Ridge and it's getting loud out. I do not doubt that for a minute. That camera that we were just looking at is positioned here in Hoxie, looking south. And that area of rotation is going to be right here along 367 and 228, right where they meet at. So I'm going to go back to that camera and we can continue trying to watch and see if we see anything. If we did, it would be on the right-hand side of the camera, or on the screen. And I'm currently losing my voice here, so bear with me a bit. So again, if we were to see anything, it would be on the right-hand side of our screen, and we'd probably be seeing it during a lightning flash, but I'm not seeing anything. I'm going to switch this camera back down to the Alicia camera to look back north at it. And if we were to see anything, again, it'd be on the north, it'd be on the very upper middle part of our screen. We do kind of see that there is a bit of something right in here with lightning flashes. Right in this area, pretty much a wall cloud, but I'm not seeing anything extended to the ground. You can kind of see the area right in there. But I'm not seeing anything extending all the way down to the ground with it. This area headed towards Newport and Amagon, I'm starting to get a little bit more concerned with it. Going to circle it so you know what I'm talking about, where it is and where it's headed. It's right there and it's headed this way. So it's going to be headed up towards Amagon, Wiener, eventually up towards Jonesboro. So I'm going to go ahead and take a screenshot of this, get that posted on the Discord, which anyone is welcome to join. It's in the channel description. You can go ahead and join and get regular updates about weather across the natural state there. And I'm going to go ahead and also post this as an update on there. They have updated this. It is still radar indicated. I'm going to switch back to the Memphis radar. We are so far away that it's hard to see anything out here. Oh, that was a nice track where we could see something there.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
There was a new tornado warning that got updated there. I did not see which one that was. I was a bit busy looking off camera. But yeah, my biggest concern right now, aside from the Hoxie storm, is this storm near Newport that is eventually going to be tracking towards Jonesboro. So we have a few different areas that we are concerned about.
New information.
Let me take a look at correlation coefficient. Not seeing any debris being lofted there. That's along 367 south of US 63. So I'm going to switch back over to the Hoxie camera. And this would be very close to this camera. So the Hoxie camera is situated right here, looking this way, and that tornado potentially is right here, moving this way. So it's going to be moving very close to this camera.
A new special event has been reported.
You say it's hailing now. I do not doubt that one bit. We can check there, and yeah, we can see the hail is falling over Hoxie and Walnut Ridge. So that's indicative of a very high, strong updraft, which would be helping fuel this storm. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued out to Rector through Clay and Greene counties. This does not have a tornado possible tag on it, but it does include pretty much everybody out there. Oak Grove Heights to Marmaduke, Leif, Beech Grove, Gainesville, Delaplane, Peach Orchard, Noble, McDougal, Rector, all the way out to Greenway, Light, and never heard of Walnut Corner, but it's listed on here, so we'll go with it. Walcott's not included. Neither is Laredo or Finch. And neither is Paragould.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There's that alert popping up on screen saying that it has been issued. I do want to take a look at this down here. The storm headed towards Amagon. That area of rotation right in here is blowing away from the radar. This is blowing towards the radar. This is where that area of circulation would be, and this is where it's headed. It's headed off to the northeast towards Amagon. Should stay south of Newport, although this airport thing near Newport,
New
maybe
information.
not.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So I want to take another look right here. That would be crossing the interstate right in front of this camera there in Hoxie. So we're going to keep watching this. We can see cars there hitting their brakes. That's probably because of the hail and the wind and the rain, and not so much a tornado.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Oh, this camera's starting to rock. This is a camera at Hoxie looking south, and we can see just how intensely this camera is shaking. As that area of rotation gets very close to it, we can see how the rain is blowing in the headlights very rapidly. And if there's anything here, it's rain wrapped, completely rain wrapped. God, look at that wind. Just blowing that rain around in them headlights of them cars. That is just intense. I'm going to switch to the Walnut Ridge camera, see what that looks like looking southbound. So again, this camera is going to be situated at the exit north of it, looking right here, in that area of circulation's right here, moving this way.
Tornado warning
so
has
this
been
is
updated.
how that looks. So this area right here, this tornado warning, tornado threat has diminished and tornado warning has been canceled. So that's going to be for Bald Knob and areas like that. We are still watching this area near Newport, headed towards Amagun, Wiener, eventually into Jonesboro, and this area near Walnut Ridge. I'm going to go back to that camera just as we watch this move through. This is a live view in Walnut Ridge, and you can see that it is, God, that was a bright lightning strike. It is just windy, rainy, and a mess.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
There's an update to this tornado warning for Lawrence County. I don't know what their update to that is, probably just trimming it down some more. I do want to take a look up here to this tornado warning. They have issued a special weather statement to replace it. Let me take a look at correlation coefficient. We are seeing a three scattered hail spike through here. So that is hail, which is going to diminish our capability of seeing any debris. I want to take a look back down here at the Walnut Ridge storm. Not seeing anything to indicate there's a tornado on the ground. I'm going to take a look back here live in Walnut Ridge as the storm continues to move off to the northeast. This area near Amagon, that's going to need to go tornado warned. Looking at this, we can take a look there. It's quite intense rotation over Arkansas Highway 17 near the intersection of let's see, Jackson County Road 34, and that's going to be moving off to the northeast. So Amigan, that's going to be coming close to you. This is the area that's going to travel up towards Jonesboro. There it is. I just want to verify the direction that this is heading.
A new radar indicated tornado
Yes.
warning has been issued.
So it's still headed off to the northeast. That's going to be headed towards Amigan. I don't think we're going to be able to have any cameras out there, but I am expecting a tornado warning to go issued for that momentarily. In fact, I'm going to try switching this to a Newport camera, see if we can't see anything for it. Does that look? That looks north. That looks north. This looks south. We're not going to be able to see. It's too dark. No. All right, we're just going to keep watching the Hoxie. And they have issued a new tornado warning just past College City up to O'Keene. So that does include parts of Independence County, Lawrence County, up to the Greene County line. And that's going to be for this area of circulation getting ready to cross over 412. All right, but that last strike of lightning I just saw, some kind of lowering back in there, did not extend all the way to the ground, but there is a lowering back in this storm. It's going to be right back in here. Let me circle it with my cursor a bit. It's going to be right in here. And there was a lightning strike back here behind it that kind of illuminated it. There it was right there again. And we can see that we have this intense rain blowing into that area of circulation. And now it's kind of even shifting a bit more. So it's going to be this area back here, and it's moving off to the left side of the screen. And it's going to be hard to see this at night because of, well, it's night. There's no lights out here. But it's going to be right here is where that is. Let me move this over here. It's going to be right up in here. Yeah, I'm not sure why there's not a tornado warning on this storm. Let me check from, yeah, Amagon, there needs to be a tornado warning for this. Up towards Grubbs, Wiener, and eventually to Jonesboro. All right, my apologies for going quiet there. Like I said a minute ago, my voice is trying to go out, so I'm trying to rest it a little bit and also took some medicine. So, yeah, this storm for Amagon, we need to be treating that as if it is a tornado warning at this point. That's going to be moving off towards Grubbs, Wiener, possibly Wattenberg. I think it's going to stay north of Wattenberg.
New information.
There's
This
an update
tornado
on this
warning
tornado
has been
warning.
updated.
Right here, this is where it's going to be along Arkansas 231, Lawrence 612. So, this area headed towards Amigan is what I'm more concerned about. It's going to be along Arkansas Highway 14 towards Arkansas 145, and it's going to be moving kind of on an eastward trajectory. And so we're going to zoom in here, put it in a bit of motion here, and we can see that it's headed to the northeast. And so why this isn't tornado warned, I'm unsure, but it is headed off to the northeast. So it's going to be cutting it very close to Amigan, headed up towards Grubbs, eventually Cache and Jonesboro. So that's our current biggest concern of these two is this storm. We also are concerned about this storm up here, northeast of Walnut Ridge. And that's going to be headed out towards Beech Grove. I used to live out in Beech Grove there for a little bit. So I know this area familiar. I'm very familiar with this area. So it's going to be right in here, and it's moving out towards here along Highway 34 and 141. I will say that on this last scan, it did kind of weaken. It's calmed down there in Walnut Ridge, but it has the sirens have also stopped. That's good. Yeah, that area of rotation is off to your north now. You might get some lingering showers, but at this point, I would go on ahead and say that Walnut Ridge is in the clear for the rest of the night, severe weather-wise. So, Walnut Ridge, you're in the clear. You're good to carry on about your life and have you a good night, because you're done with severe weather for the night. I'm also going to say that about Hot Springs and Malvern, Arkadelphia, anyone along the I-30 corridor. In fact, I haven't cleared anyone in a while. We're going to go ahead and do that. So extending along this line right here, if you are over in this area, you are clear. So that's Miller County, Lafayette County, Western Columbia County, that is Nevada County, Hempstead County. Let's see. Hot Spring County is right there. You got Garland County. I skipped two counties. I forgot their names. Oh well. Saline County, Pulaski County, Perry County, Conway County, Faulkner County, Western White County, and then we start getting into places that I don't know up in northern Arkansas. So I'm not naming every county there. I'm still a bit concerned about this area near Amigan. We no longer have any tornado warnings. Oh, no, we do. We do. I misspoke. We do for another 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, our colors will change from red to orange for the first time in 4 hours and 45 minutes. So, once it changes to that, then we should be fine for a little while. And I'm going to take that brief moment when it does do that to do what I need to do, take a step away for about 10 minutes, just because, yeah, I've been in here for 5 hours. And yeah, there's an update there as it gets ready to cross into Greene County out of Lawrence County. We'll take a look at reflectivity again. There is a bit of a hook where this rain is trying to wrap around, and there is some inflow here. However, it's not super impressive, but also it's far away from the radar. This area in here has a severe thunderstorm warning for Clay and Greene counties. So they have replaced it with that. I do want to take a look down here at Amagun still as this approaches Grubbs. This is not as impressive as it was earlier, but it is headed up towards Grubbs. After that, it'd be headed up towards Cache and eventually Jonesboro. But right now, it is not as impressive as it would otherwise be, or as it was earlier either. Interested in this area near England, headed towards Coy. This wind is blowing away from the radar. This is blowing towards the radar, and it's kind of got that very broad mezzo right in this area. And if we look on reflectivity, we can see that there is a bit of an inflow notch right in here over England with this wind trying to push out. So we do need to be mindful of that area. This area south of Desark, north of Hazen, is also a bit concerning, but not too concerning. We do need to keep watching it. Still here
A new
over
severe
Amagun.
thunderstorm
We
warning
still need
has
to
been
continue
issued.
watching it. And this area over Newport. This is going to be coming into Evening Star soon. And that is not really showing a downtrend like I would want it to be. So we do need to be mindful of this. The National Weather Service has just expired the tornado watch for Dallas, Grant, Wichita counties. They have canceled it for Baxter, Clark, Claiborne, Conway, Faulkner, Fulton, Garland, Hot Spring, Izard, Perry, Pike, Pulaski, Saline, Stone, Van Buren counties. They've also canceled it for Arkansas, Bradley, Calhoun, Cleveland, Deshae, Drew, Independence, Jackson, Jefferson, Lawrence, Lincoln, Lonoke, Monroe, Prairie, Randolph, Sharp, White, and Woodruff counties. That's what all of those rapid beeps were. That was them canceling their tornado watches. So we'll zoom out here. They haven't yet updated this, but like I said earlier, if you are west of this line, then you are in the clear. So all of this area is going to be dropped, and including these areas up here also are getting dropped. So that's what all of these sounds are. That's them canceling these tornado watches. That tornado warning expires right now because it is 8:45. We've been live for 4 hours and 50 minutes. And so there it goes. It just expired. The screen has turned orange instead of red because we no longer have any tornado warning. So we can go ahead and cross that out because that will go away eventually. So what I'm going to do, like I said, I'm going to step away for maybe 10 minutes. Going to leave radar up and If anything develops, I'll come running back. But I need to rest my voice. I also need to stretch my legs. So I'm going to leave radar up. We'll keep watching this, and I'll be back.
Warning, a new special event has been reported. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right, I'm tentatively back. The Storm Prediction Center has just issued a mesoscale discussion highlighting eastern Arkansas, saying that the threat for severe weather continues and that thunderstorms will continue to move east across Arkansas, and the tornado threat will continue through the evening before beginning to lessen toward midnight. There will be additionally monitoring the trends for potential watch issuance across West Tennessee and Kentucky. So, um,
Warning, a new special event has been reported.
for some reason, the blue box does not pop up with those, but that's just a special weather statement being issued um, elsewhere. So, I'm going to continue stepping away. I'm here monitoring the weather. There's just not currently a need for me to be talking constantly, so I'm not going to because my voice is shot already. They do have a tornado possible tag now on this warning, on the severe thunderstorm warning for Clay and Greene counties. That area is going to be just west of Beech Grove over Evening Star, heading northeast. So they'll be heading out towards McDougall eventually, and Greenway, Piggott, areas like that. I am still a bit concerned with this area of rotation near Grubbs, moving off to the northeast. That'd be headed up towards Jonesboro. So we do need to still continue monitoring that. This area near Desark, still really concerned about that actually. Just because look at that right there and then check it out of velocity. That is something that we do need to very closely monitor just south of Desark, as that is continuing to move off to the east towards Cotton Plant, Hunter, Fargo, areas like that. Again, there are no tornado warnings anywhere in the state. We do have this area northeast, or correction, northwest of Paragould up near Beech Grove. Some rotation with it moving north into Clay County. We also got this area along Highway 18 and 214, just east of Grubbs, that is moving to the northeast. I'll be moving towards Jonesboro. There is some rotation with it. It does not have a warning of any kind. Not a tornado warning, not a severe thunderstorm warning. I think they're mostly watching to wait and see what it does. There's also an area down here near Desark that I am monitoring. We can see it better from this angle, but it's right in here where this notch is. That's kind of pulling it together there. And then south there into Coy and England also. And also down into here. They don't have a tornado possible tag on this for some reason, but it is something that I want to watch down south of Fordyce.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
The storm headed into Clay County from Greene County is still interesting enough that I'm paying very close attention to it. It is still headed off to the northeast. There it is. It's going to be crossing Arkansas 135 here soon, just near R&W Flying Service. Not tornado warned. It does have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it, and that goes for the next 10 minutes. I'm also still concerned a little bit about this area headed towards Jonesboro. Let me go ahead and circle that. Just right in there. It's not super concerning, but it is still something we need to closely watch. So again, I'm still here. I'm just trying to rest my voice a bit, as the box up there says. We are watching a couple of areas of rotation. The primary one is this moving into Clay County, right along Arkansas 135, moving up towards 141 and Highway 90. That's going to be out near Pollard, Piggott, McDougal, Greenway here soon. Also, this area coming into Craighead from Poinsett County. You can circle that real quick. It's right in there, headed up towards Jonesboro. It's not tornado warned, doesn't have a severe thunderstorm warning on it or anything. It has been falling apart here recently. So we'll I'm just gonna stay quiet for a little bit, keep watching this, and then if I feel comfortable with us saying that the entire severe weather threat, tornado wise, is done, then I'll just end my stream after coming on here and telling you that. But as of current, I'm not yet ready to say that, so I'm still gonna stay with it and be monitoring it.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued is for this. Extends out of Clay County into Missouri. It's for this area of circulation that's near Highway 90 and 141, and that is going off to the northeast. I think I'm going to give it probably 15 or so more minutes. We'll give it until 9:30, and once we hit 9:30, if we're not seeing anything else starting to develop, then we're going to go ahead and call it. So at about 9:30 is when we'll go ahead and call it, if nothing else develops. And again, if there is not anything popping up by 9:30, when we're going to go ahead and end it, just because the severe threat is greatly diminishing. Our primary threat window was from, I forget what I outlined at this point. Let me go find it. I know it was ending at 10 o'clock is when yeah. So from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. is what I had outlined. It's now past 9 p.m. The severe weather threat is starting to significantly diminish. And, in fact, we're not seeing severe thunderstorm warnings pop up with these showers up here because they're all starting to decay away. So we're getting to that point. We have about 15 more minutes, and then we'll go on ahead and call it. So I'm giving the weather 15 more minutes, and then I'm gonna end the stream here because my voice is shot at this point, and yeah, it's yeah. I don't know what else to say. We're just waiting to see what happens next. Real quick, I will say that I have made a new Twitter account for the channel here. It is in the channel description, and you can also go visit it. I just posted it in the YouTube comments there as well as in the Discord. So I'm going to be going through retweeting some pictures of damage and such, and recommend you give me a follow because I'll be posting some stuff on there occasionally, mostly retweeting damage and things like that.
Warning, a new special event has been reported.
Gonna go ahead and call it. Oh, never mind. God. On one hand, I want to call it. I want to go ahead and end the stream. But on the other hand, this silver wiener is too strong for me to do that. So I'm going to go back to being muted and keep watching this. So, real quick, I'll just say I'm watching two areas. Um, the first one you can't really see that well on Little Rock radar. It's up here. If I switch to here, we can see it. It's this area near Harrisburg, and then if I look over here on Little Rock, it's this area headed here towards Pine Bluff. If we check reflectivity, we can see I kind of drew this off center. It's going to be over here. If we check velocity, we can see that there's a bit of a disturbance in there, where we do have some wind blowing away while some wind is blowing towards the radar. And then on Memphis, if we look up here towards Wiener in Poinsett County, we do have this area of rotation off to the east of 49 and south of Rayborn Road. That is not tornado warning. That does not have a severe thunderstorm warning on it even. But that is something that I do want to watch because it does appear as if we have rain trying to wrap around with some kind of inflow going. It's got that kidney bean looking shape that we do want to watch as it tries to develop out. So we also have this area up here headed towards Pollard. This is very far away from the radar, hard to see, but we can tell that there is some rotation on it as it heads up towards US 62 and Pollard. They do have a severe thunderstorm warning on it with a tornado possible tag. It's just so far away that it's hard to see. So we'll continue monitoring it, and I'm going to go back to being muted now. But if anyone has any questions about anything, go ahead and pop them in the chat, and I'll try and answer them best I can.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued is for Columbia County, Union County, and hold on, I'm gonna remember. Webster, nope. Caddo, Bossier, Webster, Claiborne Parish. For Claiborne Parish, Union County, and Columbia County. Let me make sure that is Claiborne. Yeah, Claiborne Parish. So that's going to be for this area directly over Haynesville. That is going to be moving off towards El Dorado. So that's just that southern end of that line of storms. And we can see that they are dropping people that are west of this from the tornado watch, as I said. Once these storms pass you, and if the storms are off to your east, then you are in the clear. So, again, the areas that I'm watching is this area between Harrisburg and Wiener. I'll click over to velocity. You can see why. It's this area along Rayburn Road, right in here. And looking at reflectivity, you can kind of see that area there, that appendage there. There's a new update. I'm going to take another look at that. That hasn't updated much. The other area is down towards Pine Bluff. So it's going to be right in here directly over Pine Bluff, where we have this pushing out this way with some wind pushing in here over the hospital. We can check velocity and we can see that this red is wind blowing away and this green is wind blowing towards. So that means that we do have some rotation there. It's weak and it's broad. It's not enough for a tornado warning, but the National Weather Service in Little Rock is monitoring that as per that special weather statement, which does expire in 2 minutes. So I don't know if they'll be continuing that out or not. Let me check, see any kind of hail. There is some hail over Pine Bluff, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were to continue it. But that's about, yeah, those are the two areas that I'm most concerned about. And we'll go ahead and just keep watching them.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So this severe thunderstorm warning down here for Bradley, Cleveland, Calhoun, and Dallas counties is expiring right now. So that one will be getting cleared off the screen. Yeah, I'm still not convinced that we're done with this storm here. So I'm going to stay on this storm because I'm not convinced that we're done with it. Oh, I already got locked out of the Twitter account. They think I'm a robot. So yeah, I got locked out of my Twitter account already. Well, I had said I'd go until 9:30, and if nothing had happened by then I'd be heading out. So at this point, nothing is happening. Um, we currently have 3 warnings across the state. We have this one down here in Union and Columbia County. We have this one in extreme northern Clay County. Then we have this one stretching across portions of East Central Arkansas, Lone Oak County, Arkansas County, and Prairie County, I believe. Monroe County. No, yes, Prairie County also. Lone Oak, Central, Monroe, and Arkansas counties. Okay, I was right. There's just another county that I didn't see there. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and head out, and thank y'all for joining us. Y'all have a good night.